Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy to see you. This is the third day of Go Viral Festival, and I am very excited because today we're going to have lots of speakers with lots of interesting topics, and we're going to have the poetic reading, the film screenings, and the Go Pitch, the Startup Go Pitch contest. So stay tuned and be excited for today. And I just want to remind you that this is the third annual Go Viral Festival that is held in Almaty in Kazakhstan. And we want to remind you about the mission of the festival, which is to bring together innovators and entrepreneurs from the United States and Central Asia to exchange ideas and information and foster collaboration. And also about the main sections, which are, you've seen them all yesterday and the day before: media, business, culture, and technology, and also social innovations. So I am very excited. Are you guys excited for today? Yes? Good.
Олай болса, сіздердің қошеметтеріңізбен сахнаға алғашқы біздің спикерімізді шақырамыз. Кәсіпкер, бизнес жаттықтырушы, Мәскеу электротехникалық байланыс институтының түлегі, Азия Софт компаниясының бас директоры, Қазақстандағы алғашқы бірінші Chamberlain Education бизнес оқыту орталығының басшысы Марина Буканова. Қол шапалақпен қарсы алыңыздар.
Yes, and I just want to introduce Marina Bukanova. So, entrepreneur, she's an entrepreneur, business coach, the head of Kazakhstan's first center for business training with horses, Chamberlain Education, certified partner, and official representative of the German company Horse Dream GmbH in Kazakhstan. She graduated from the Moscow Electrotechnical Institute of Communications with degree in electrical mechanical engineering MBA. So that is very cool. General Director of Asia Soft Company. So please welcome to the stage with the keynote, The Soul of Success, Marina Bukanova.
Доброе утро!
Good morning. My name is Marina Bukanova. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a business trainer, head of the company. When I was invited to talk to you, I was thinking, what can I share with you and what can be interesting to such an audience, which is interesting to young and determined people. A lot of things were written and told about business, so I decided to share my own formula of success and happiness. My kids' dreams had nothing to do with computers or business. I wanted to have a pony when I was a kid, my own little horse, which I saw in my dream. I remember, the dream. I was hugging it. It was warm and hairy, and I had this dream because this pony was my most bright and desirable dream. And also I wanted to be a professor at the university like my mother and dad. So when I graduated from school, I entered university to be an engineer. And after that, I was teaching in university and training centers of IT companies. This is how my kids' dream came into being. And then I had a new dream to create ideal IT company where it would be interesting to work for everyone, do something useful for people to be proud of. In front of my kids, and I wanted to have a team, working team who would share my values. And talking about this right now, I remember how it all started. It was in the 90s. There were no specialists, no money. IT market was underdeveloped. And to survive for a young, high technological company was very difficult. But we who were at the at the beginning of this company, we were not giving up. We knew that everything will work out for good, and the time had come to put my dream into living. After 20 years, It's a successful company which has a lot of socially important and projects and thousands of trained specialists and a unique team of specialists because these are very good, nice, kind people. When I come into the office of the company, I feel this warmth and kindness of people who actually work in this company. And my own experience and knowledge how to manage this business in a man's world, but still keep my heart kind, and came to I came to the decision to actually run business trainings. And these business trainings are not just usual ones. We do them with horses. Why horses? First of all, because horses is my most desired, best dreams. Remember the dream about pony. So when I grew up and I had a chance, I got 2 horses, which were bought for my 2 kids, 2 daughters. And there was a time had come to actually put this dream into living. We wanted to build like a farm for horses. And then this idea transformed into the club idea. So the idea of a place where everything should be right, the best attitude towards horses, and honorable, responsible, right relations between horse and a human being based on trust and love, and right relations between people. So our horses, so they just free fed, they actually always kept in the group, so they stay overnight on a dry bed, in good warm, of like a house, and they actually swim in the ponds, and nobody rides them. Horses are not used for riding, so they're free running and participate, in like performances of the horse theater, and they participate in like training courses, and our horses train kids to listen to others, so we treat them nice as partners. So our club is about different relations. And they became possible due to a wonderful team who was inspired by the ideas of our club and absolutely sure and the right things we do, with our horses. When I come to this horse farm and I wander around and look at our horses, they are all different, so they're very curious. Horses come to me, look into my eyes, they breathe into my face. With warm air, I hug them and I pet them, and I remember my childhood dreams, and I am very happy that I never denied my childhood dream. Horses are part of my life. They changed my life a lot, and they helped me understand that the same thing happens with people. In order to find the common language with other people, you have to listen and hear them, and trust and respect has to be earned. How like horses do it in a herd, actually every day, every minute. That is why horses. Actually, there is a long time experience in the world to use horses for development and social skills. It's leadership, emotional intellect, effective communication, and so on. So horses live in a herd, and herd is an example of effective communication and the natural leadership. Horses are very good trainers, and they teach leadership, empathy, leaving your zone of comfort, living the moment, because horses cannot think about yesterday or tomorrow. So they teach us to accept people the way they are. They don't see the mask we put on ourselves. They don't really care what cars we drive, which watch we wear, what position we have in the society. They feel the person near them. If you're open, kind, so they're get too close to him. And if you are like a evil or not nice, they just go away. So, and if they feel leadership, they follow him. If person is doesn't know, what he wants at that particular moment, they lose interest in such person. So within the framework of such workshops, students do a lot of different exercises. But the most valuable thing is that in the process of training, students, they just remove their masks. There was a case when a guy came and he was very skeptical, and he was sure that horses will not teach him anything, but he knew how to eat them. But at the end of the training, was absolutely different person. He talked to a horse, he was petting a horse, and he was sort of sharing his new ideas. So like horses like our mirrors, because they allow us to see our reflections, so, and they show us the better version of ourselves. So I offer you to watch a short movie or clip how these trainings are organized, and then I continue my talk about formula for happiness and success.
That are really nice, very professional. They know how to deal with the horses. They have a beautiful philosophy about the horses. It is very useful because we are used to the cognitive relationship with people talking and speaking. When you know how to read body language, when you are empathic in a way that you can feel what the other person is saying, is telling you without words. And this is a very good example on how we can build trust, leadership amongst people, so like leading the horses and being led by the horse when the other person is leading the horse. Like the horse in this case works as a tool of leadership. You get someone that you trust to lead the horse, and then you are on the other side, blindfolded, and you need to say, okay, I don't speak, I cannot speak, because the horse will not feel comfortable. I am not supposed to speak. I need to build trust on this person, and because the horse will feel what I am feeling. It's been a very great experience. I think it's one of the best team building activities I had ever done.
Я оказалась на тренинге вместе со своей
I was at the training with my team. The idea is excellent. We really, so first of all, it's unusual, and it's interesting, such immersion, it's unusual. First of all, you understand that it's just very different horses. They're very individual, so I love this experience because there is a desire to contact more and more, to learn things, and I'm very grateful to organizers.
and we're actually with the interaction with the horses, we're learning about trust, and we're dialoguing with each other on a not a business level, on a basic communication level. I think I've developed a new relationship and with one of my coworkers who seemed to be very distant, who was always there but I never interacted with.
Общаясь с лошадьми, что лошади такие же существа социальные, как и люди, а у них есть такие.
We keep on forgetting that horses are social animals, just like people. They have their own emotions. And so basically, when interacting with horses, people can understand how to interact with themselves. As I came out after this communication with horses, I realized that with people it's easier. We have other communication channels, while here I was totally deprived of that. But on the other hand, realized that to some extent it's easier with horses because they think less, they simply understand you, perceive you the way you are. If you trust them, then they start doing whatever you are asking them to do. I think you're asking them. The key word is asking.
What I experienced in this, let's say, 6 hours, was very impressive to me. Even how team members were acting, and they were quite happy to stay here in this country club. And I think we learned a lot about horses, but also about ourselves. I think this is the most important, and so for me, everything is reached on this afternoon.
Как видите, процесс...
Thank you. As you can see, the training process through this education is quite emotional. These are corporate trainings. Why did they choose such audience? Large companies, top management of these companies. In my opinion, this is a possibility to attract some attention and get across the idea of natural leadership. Leadership and responsibility, leadership and kind heart. Right now, the large corporates, they are playing the important role in the life of the country. They have an impact on external, internal policies, on laws and regulations, and they have lots of stuff. That's why people from these companies, they have an influence on the lives of many people, so it's time to show to these people that you can manage your big business while having the kind heart and kind attitude and achieve success. I believe this will help to change our society for the better. We cannot change the grown-ups, but we can change their attitude to the other people, return them to the basics, to love, get them back to the childhood, because in the childhood we are all kind and open. So I remember my childhood, I remember my father had a serious impact on my life. He loved his children, my brother and myself. He would always help people and always give a ride to some elderly people. He wouldn't bargain at the bazaar. He was always himself, and he acted the way he thought was right. The many people said he was living irrationally. He could make more and achieve so much more, but he couldn't make it otherwise. So in my childhood, I was agreeing with those people, but when I became older, I realized that I would like to do the same irrational things. Now they're telling me I live wrong. Life and spend money would never bring us any financial benefits. No one will be able to appreciate this. When we created this company with my partner, she's a woman too, they told us we had some wrong priorities, that we would fail, that we're creating the mother's company and not building a serious business. And I see our country club, some get surprised. Why? Because these investments, they'll never pay back. I'm trying to educate my children in the way my father used to educate us. The kind heart and good soul. He never thought how his principles and attitudes will help his children. He was living in concert with his kind heart. And I think my children share my views, support me in everything. My older daughter is a designer. Getting some experience after the university was the main reason for building our club. Not just the stables for the horses. My younger daughter spends all of her time free from school with the horses. She's trying to educate, organize business trainings. I'm convinced that kind attitude to nature, to people, to animals is built in the childhood. I think this brought me to this idea of creating not just this educational center for the grown-ups, but also the horse school for children and a summer camp. When we started, many people would say the parents would never agree to bring kids to stables where they did not teach horse riding. But the main purpose is to teach horses to understand themselves, to accept themselves and the other people, being autonomous, confident, responsible. The school has been working for 3 years, and we've been having kids for summer camp for 5 years. They're not just taking care of these animals or having classes with horses, but also learn about the kind attitude to the natural environment. They learn how to sort garbage. These are different kids. They will never be indifferent. They will never offend someone younger. They will never ignore violence against animals. They have their own principles they can stick to. Looking back at my life, I'm confident my father was right, educating and bringing his children in line with his heart and soul. Only with kind heart and soul you can create your dream team. Only with kind heart and rational attitude you can break down the stereotypes of traditional attitude to horses and open a horse school where we don't teach kids to ride horses. I think it's time to implement some of our daring and brightest ideas and dreams to make this world better. Thank you. Marina, thank you very much. It's been a very touching presentation.
This presentation was very touching, at least to me. It was very, very, very touching. Thank you very much for your presentation. But we're moving on, and
Да, большое спасибо, Марина, за интересное выступление.
Marina, many thanks for the interesting performance. Our speaker would like to continue with our presentations. We have the open stage, the food court. You can check out all those other events too. There will be the showcasing of American movies with the support of the U.S. diplomatic mission. program organized by the School of Cinematography of North America. We'll take a look at some of the most interesting movies.
On Friday, the film is Above and Beyond, the NASA's Journey to Tomorrow. As NASA celebrates its 60th anniversary, Discovery shines a spotlight on a historic institution taking us to the moon, to the surface of Mars, to the outer edge of our solar system and beyond. Directed, produced, narrated by Academy Award nominated and Emmy-winning Rory Kennedy, the film examines the extraordinary ways NASA has changed not only our vision of the universe, but also our planet and ourselves. But more than a moving portrait of NASA's many accomplishments in space, the film also sheds light on the agency's lesser-known area of focus, the vital role NASA has played in measuring the health of our home planet. Above and Beyond, NASA's Journey to Tomorrow, premiered on Discovery in October 2018. So please welcome on the open stage to watch that film.
Друзья, а также в этом году есть
Dear friends, we also have this unique opportunity to appreciate the sessions you've been visiting. For this, you'll need to take part in a small... You need to fill out a small questionnaire. You can add this session to your schedule, push the button, evaluate the session, and fill out the small questionnaires for us. This is really important.
And we want to remind you that there is a Telegram channel that you can see on the screen. There is a Telegram, yes, at GoViralTZ. And also we have the hashtags, which you can use on your Insta stories, on your publications or posts, where the hashtags are hashtag GoViralKZ and hashtag GoViral2019. Yes, and also there is the app, and the website where you can go and find all the information. So without further ado, shall we introduce the next speaker? Yes? Okay.
сонымен құрметті
Glenn Foury, the director of cybersecurity company, responsible for the architecture and design, the latest global corporations in cooperation with the startups, corporate innovations.
Next speaker was a very interesting keynote, well, at least for me. How do the world's biggest corporations deal with the startup revolution? So Glenn is the director of CAP Global Security. His experience is in cybersecurity, privacy, architecture, and data management. Most of his programs focuses on improving governance, risk, and compliance capabilities. Glenn worked for PwC and Microsoft, and he also has an experience in corporate innovation field.
Давайте аплодисментами встретим очень тепло Глена Фури. Пожалуйста, поаплодируйте.
Let's meet Glenn Foury with a round of applause.
Well, we've got the Sunday morning crowd here, it's quite obvious. But we're going to make the most of it. And I think there's an expression in English that the early bird catches the worm, and those people who are out there out front get to go ahead. And I hope this morning's presentation is going to do exactly that for you guys. But first off, we have an experiment, and I want you to help me with this experiment. I'll put my phone down here. So while you're sitting in your seat here, I'm going to count to 3. And when I do, for 3 seconds, I want you to do this. As hard as you can for 3 seconds. And when we're done, it's important, when I go like this, we're going to stop. Okay, are you guys up for that? So are you ready? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. So we've just created an earthquake that's magnitude 1.3. It's a little small, but you know, you guys participated in that, so give yourselves a hand of applause. We just created an earthquake. I don't know whether you know this, but my background is a geologist. I'm a qualified geologist. I worked on a mine for 1 year, and then I got into IT, and we were doing a computer graphics system, and I started coding in assembler, and my life changed forever. So it was super exciting. I think the lesson from that is what you study and what you end up doing in your career may be two different things, and it may take a bit of time to find your passion, but we'll talk about that in a second. So we're going to look at a couple of case studies. We're going to look at what is common amongst those, and then we're going to have a little challenge for you. My premise is simply this. I think a lot of things that drives corporate innovation are available on the internet. You can go find and read all those stories, right? And that's good. What I wanted to talk a little bit about is how does this show up in reality when you are at the coalface doing your work and real challenges present themselves to real organizations. And so I'm going to draw a little bit from my experience and share some of that with you guys, and then we'll answer this question at the top of the slide to answer that, right? So one of the first things that I want to talk about is just a little bit about myself. Here are some statistics. You've got this cool website. It's called My Life Elsewhere, and I think it's made for people who want to migrate to other countries. But what is cool is you can put in 2 countries, and then it will compare economic statistics between the 2 of the countries. And so here are a couple of statistics. I put South Africa, where I was born, and actually spent 10 years in the business climate there as a business leader. Learned a lot about what it's like to be in a startup environment and that excitement of a growing economy, and Kazakhstan. And there are a couple of things that are interesting. Firstly, people in Kazakhstan make about double the amount of money on average, right? Look at the bottom one. They spend 77% less on taxes, which is interesting. So there's a lot of disposable income on the surface of it, which suggests that it's a good thing. It's going to drive the economy more than maybe it is in South Africa. It's really interesting. 42% are likely to have internet access. And I think that's a game changer. On the downside, half as much is spent on education as in South Africa. Half as much is spent on healthcare, which is interesting. I don't know the reasons for that, but that's just interesting. I want to highlight this one here, though, because to my mind, this is the game changer. Kazakhstan, or any country for that matter, can be on the internet with a global presence, and be on a level playing field. And so it opens up a tremendous window of opportunity. And I think that's an interesting metric. As mentioned, 14 years at Microsoft. I did a couple of interesting things at Microsoft. I was responsible for data management at Microsoft. I was responsible for IT cybersecurity, major IT cybersecurity initiative at Microsoft. I was responsible for privacy in our sales and marketing function. And there was, at that time, a $6 billion spend every single year on sales and marketing. I suspect it's more now. And today, as I say, I'm in cybersecurity at SAP. So let's look at our case study number 1. I think the takeaway from this is a major corporation. We're talking about Amazon in this particular case. Amazon and Jeff Bezos and the leadership team had an interesting challenge. They got going, remember, selling books. And what happened was, as happens to many companies, is they started to encounter that their business was slowing down because the IT systems, the digitization of their business was getting larger, and it was slowing down. And how many of you in the audience know or have experienced this in some form. That the larger it gets, the harder it is to keep going with velocity. Sure, okay. This is not an uncommon thing. They were dropping code to their system, a couple of lines of code a week, or maybe every 2 weeks, long cycles, slow, friction in the business, sand in the gears, right? Jeff Bezos, to his credit, had a defining moment when he became aware of this. And he called in his CIO and said, what can we do about this? And it was like, well, no, this is a tough problem because we're growing and we have to do this regression testing and all these cycles of, alignment of the various systems to make sure that when we drop the new code, it all goes live and it continues to work. To his credit, he realized solving this challenge was unique. It was unique to their business. It was critical to their business. And he decided to take his leadership team and IT leaders off campus for a week and put them in a room and say, we've got to solve this. What happened was quite fascinating. When drilling in, they found out that the reason the stuff was taking so long was all these systems were interconnected. Right? So they also suffered from some of the architectural problems that many companies suffer from. And they realized what they had to do was to separate out separate areas of functionality with small little teams to support each area. To the extent that it could be separated, they would do that. They used the expression 2 pizza teams. The size of the team could be no larger than could be fed in one meal with 2 pizzas. That was the guideline, right? And they broke it out, and they broke this monolith. So as a geologist, that means, single large rock, a little bit like that graphic indicates, down into these small little pieces. And then what they did is they put in a CI/CD pipeline for accelerating the dropping of code automatically with a lot of automation, security scanning, and so forth into production. And then they did something really cool. They added A/B testing, which maybe some of you guys have heard what that is, right? It means we take new code and we use IP address manipulation so that a small piece of our users see the new code, just a small piece. And if it blows up, hey, just roll it back. But if it doesn't, we increase the size until the new code is fully in production globally, right? So a very interesting technique, and the value of that is you didn't have to align all these big test cycles. So what's transpired from that was a velocity that is really amazing. Today, Amazon drops many lines of code a second. They've used code and metadata to fully automate that process. They have the ability to fail fast, fail often. You've heard us talk about that. They've created vertical integration, and they've created platforms like Alexa so that partners can go in and code to that platform, and they've managed to get a accelerated scale and impact, right? But here's the one statistic that is amazing. This happened 16 years ago. They have been doing that for 16 years, and they have been optimizing and optimizing and optimizing. That's why this is going to be a hard company to catch. They have revolutionized retail. Okay? So I think there's a tremendous lesson here, and that is that, there's this notion of an innovative startup culture as a large corporation. And we'll come back to that in a second. Story number 2. I was at Microsoft. In fact, Jim and I were in the same group, and we had a team that was looking at Microsoft Learning Systems, and these were the guys that you go to get your MCSE and your Microsoft Certified Architect, and we were measuring customer satisfaction, and it was sort of in the middle of the range. It was like about 50% and pretty normal, and we wanted to see if we could innovate there. And a colleague of ours was involved partnering with a small company that was associated with a university. So we were looking at a leading professor who was studying customer experience and had developed some really interesting approaches. How many of you guys have heard of the process of customer journey mapping? Okay, all right. They took that one step further, which is really just mapping the experience of a customer through your process, right? They took that one step further and they did what they call touch point analysis. So every point that there was a touch to the customer, they were very careful to ensure that it optimized that customer experience. Very much like Amazon does when they go, at this point, what is the next thing they are likely to do? And how do we make that a really easy thing to do? And that drove the one-click checkout at Amazon, which was so innovative, they got a patent for that, which is remarkable, actually. So they mapped the customer journey through this process of how they experience certification. And they said, well, you know, first it's a stage of casual investigation, and then maybe a analysis, and then maybe a try, and then a buy, and then there's a sort of ongoing support. And they mapped this journey out. And what the enterprise architecture team did, which was different, was they looked at the components at each one of those points that define the capability at each stage. Now, what is a capability, right? What is a capability? Someone throw out some ideas. How do we measure, what is a capability? Ability to deliver, good, good. What makes up a capability? Through your output, okay. Any other ideas? What makes a capability? What are the pieces that make up a capability? People, right? Process. In fact, process is the most important one. Tools and information. It's PPTI. Defines what is a capability, right? And so what we did at each touch point was to unpack what were the people, process, technology, and information that was needed to optimize that experience for the customer. And then we looked at the process, identifying what the next step was. We made it easy for the next step. The customer satisfaction went from about the middle of the road to 100% and stayed there. It was so innovative, right? So here was an interaction with a large global multinational and a startup that just was a win-win, right? It was a win-win. We had academics, we had leading research, we tied it together with what was going on inside the company with enterprise architecture, and it was a win-win-win. So a couple of things to take away. Customer experience, CX, is a powerful, and it should be a powerful architectural driver. When you're going to do the architecture for anything, you go, do I optimize for money, revenue? Do I optimize for compliance? Do I optimize for scalability, security, for resilience? And many of those need to be considered. But increasingly, we're seeing optimization for the customer experience is very powerful, is a very leading driver, and can often make a huge difference as to the impact that you're going to have as a company. Let's talk about this particular one here. We have this is the company that I work at, SAP Concur, and we do travel and expense software. And a number of years ago, there were two people, Cheryl and John, who were in our product marketing team. And we would deploy this product, and then they would have to integrate with, and this product does travel booking, and then expense management. You go on your trip and you manage your expenses when you come back from your trip. And our goal was to make that, again, from a customer experience point of view, seamless, thought through, easy to do, take the friction out of that process. I don't know, travel expenses is a pain in the butt. It's a horrible thing. You got to pull out your receipts and where did I put that thing? And if I don't find that, I've got to pay it out of my own pocket. So it's a stressful thing, right? So anyway, that's what our software does. It really streamlines that. And Cheryl and John were there, and they came up with an idea, and they said, you know, it's really important that when the product goes into the customer's company, it's got to tie into their financial systems. And this is, you know, we could write some translator software that gives them unique insights into their, in this case, it was the payables data, or what you might call your creditors data, right? And the company was like, yeah, okay, that's interesting, but yeah, I'm not sure we're going to prioritize that because we want to get the product out there. So Cheryl, you know, a couple of months, years later, she left and she went to another company. 2 years later, John calls her and says, hey, let's go and watch a football game. It was around Christmas time. And so she goes to this football game, and John makes a pitch and says, let's start a company, and let's do this. And he said, I spoke to the leadership at Concur, and they say, you know what, this is a niche area. We can see that it adds value, so really great. So what they did is she launched a company formally 7 days later. Starting capital was $6,000. $6,000. And there was a show where all the customers from around the world would come together in Las Vegas to do the Concur Fusion meeting. This was once a year. By the way, we have about 51 million customers, right, or unique logins each day. So large customer base. And they asked the leadership at Concur, was it okay if they had a table there and they could just ask these customers, hey, would you be interested in something like this? So they did a little bit of their customer research, right? So that went really well. There's like, you know what? There's something here. So they broke off, started a little company, and they call themselves Pivot Payables. And they've been going for a couple of years. And this little product acts as a data interchange product, and it provides unique insight to the data that's flowing, sort of in a pivot table way. So it's not rocket science, but it just filled that niche. So interesting. They won CFO Magazine Business Expense Management Solution of the Year. They did really well. What they realized was their customer was actually the salesperson, because if this could help make the sale easier for integration to those customers' systems, it was a huge value add. It also meant that they had to be perfect every time, because if a salesperson saw that as a deterrent, if it went bad, they would not propose the product as part of the official solution. So they're very careful to make sure that it's an excellent product. So what are the common patterns we see here? I think the first thing that we see in this last story is a case in point. Find your niche. What is that unique thing that you can tackle that no one else is looking at or understanding or thinking about? If you don't even know where to start with that, create an inventory of problems that companies are facing today, because every one of those becomes an opportunity to solve. So find your niche. Think about how do you deal with adversity, because you will have problems as you get going. Jeff Bezos had a problem. That problem was turned around to be an opportunity. And there's a term for this. When something is fragile and it encounters a hardship, often it breaks. But there's an emerging trend in business today, and there's a new term that has emerged, and it's called anti-fragile. And that is, when you encounter a problem, you get stronger. Amazon created a unique solution that made them stronger after finding and encountering a problem. And I think when you are prepared to think creatively, and by the way, right there, I'm challenging my good friend Jim, it's a good idea to have creative people in your team. It's a good idea when you're in a meeting, as I mentioned on the stage when I was on the panel yesterday, the quiet people in the room. It's a good idea to give them an opportunity to talk. Sometimes they have to be asked. Because no one in the room is as smart as all of us, right? No one is as smart as all of us. And the quality of a great manager is somebody who cares that every voice is heard, every talent is realized, looks out to help the people who've got those great ideas and gives them the space to share those ideas. And when all of those ideas are on the table, then you have the chance of a great outcome. And that's why it's vital to have people from all parts of the world, coders who are women. Had dinner last night with an amazing coder who is a woman. And it's like so cool to see, because women will bring a different perspective to a problem. And you need those perspectives if you're going to get the very best possible outcome. So very important to get those views. So are you anti-fragile? Really important question. Use partnerships. Use partnerships. You can't accelerate as fast by yourself as you can working with partners who already have relationships with customers. Isn't it a better thing when a partner says to the customer, you know, hey, there's this company that's starting up, and they're doing something really interesting, you know. I think you want to give them a look, you know. So they are, that's the best way, a referral is the best way to get that business, because straight away, someone they trust told them it's pretty good stuff. So straight away, they've opened a door for you, right? It's much harder to acquire a new customer than it is to do business again with an existing customer. In this case, the partner has that relationship to accomplish that. What that means is relationships really matter. And I'll just tell you a story. Well, in fact, what I'll say is never burn bridges. If you haven't learned this in your career, I would urge you to be very thoughtful about it. For the sake of your pride, some people may, I've done this, yeah. Like, you know, I'll get upset with you and you're never going to work with me again. I don't ever want to see you again, right? For the sake of your pride, you never know what the future is going to hold, right? I'll tell you the story. A friend of mine was a pretty senior guy, and he really wanted this job. He really wanted this job. And it was a major promotion for him, and he lined up for this job, and he got into the interview loop, and it was a rigorous interview loop, and then to his alarm, there was a lady on the interview loop that used to work for him. And he got into the room with her, and she said, do you know, the 2 years that I worked with you were the worst 2 years of my entire life. Game over. That's it. If he didn't have the presence of mind to apologize, get up and walk out, it's game over, right? You never know. So I'd urge you to think about that. Lastly, I'd also urge you to think about, you know, John Armstrong yesterday from Stanford, I think, had a great presentation, and it had a lot to do with finding your passion, finding your purpose. And I think when you can get clear on that, and it took me a while to get clear on that, and I must be honest, it has evolved a little bit over time, things become a lot simpler, right? Because all of what you do then lines up to this thing, and it's great because you have something to test it against all the time. So, you know, having a purpose-driven life is a great asset compared to others who don't. So I'd urge you to explore that. You know, I think a purpose-driven life is a rich and complete life. As you start to drive what you have to go, and you know, you feel you have to do, because you're the one person who is uniquely able to go and do that thing. And I think it's a great asset when you've got it. So let's talk a little bit. I'm going to put an advertisement here later this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I'm doing a workshop. What we're going to do in the workshop is very, very simple. I'm going to give you a small worksheet, And it's just going to help you think a little bit and identify opportunities or challenges that you may have. And then we'll start going around the room and just have people share what is the challenge, what is the opportunity, and respond to that. And let's get an interaction going where we learn from each other as we go through those opportunities and through those challenges. So that's at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And now I said I had a challenge for you at the end. You know, when I was a geologist, I was still in college, or I wasn't a geologist, I was a barely qualifying geologist, and I was working for Anglo American, one of the largest mining companies at the time. In fact, soon thereafter, ended up owning the largest gold mine in the world. But they had a scholarship program, and the scholarship program was interesting. It was, you know, given to individuals. There was one, you had what was really cool, just free education, you know. And so I was doing field work for them, and my manager said, "Why don't you apply?" And in that instance, I thought, it's going to be so many people applying for this. There's no point. And then I thought, someone is going to get that. The question becomes, why can't that be me? And I think it's a good thing to take away. 5 minutes. Thank you. Why can't that be me? Someone, in fact, I think many people here are going to take on some of these challenges, and they're going to be successful. Some maybe not, but remember we said it's okay to fail and fail often, fail fast, and iterate. But some are going to be successful, and the question is, why can't that be you? So that's my challenge, and I'd urge you to think about that question, because it's going to happen to someone. It's probably going to happen to a couple of people. And the question is, why can't that be you? Okay, that's it. We've got actually, to answer the question, how do corporates need to manage the startup phenomenon? Is it a threat? We're going to talk more about that in the workshop. I think anytime a corporation that was a startup starts to engage in behaviors that are no longer startup-like behaviors, it introduces risk. Risk to be disrupted by competition. Risk that it slows down velocity and the ability to adapt. And what we pointed out in that first case study and a couple of others, and there are many examples of this, is there's no reason you have to give up your startup mentality and your scrappy young company thing. Even when you're a global multinational, there's no reason you have to do that. You choose to do that many times, or let's say it's the path, it's the easiest path. I think it's Crosby, Stills, who have a line in a song that was the easiest thing to do was to fail, right? Because it takes effort. And think about that defining moment for Jeff Bezos, right? Where he made a decision and he valued IT, and it changed the game for that company for the future. So anyway, that's what we're going to do. Let's have some questions. We've got a little bit of time. Any thoughts? I know it's Sunday morning, and I know some of you were partying out late last night. I know who you are. But any questions? Do we have a microphone runner? We got them running? Yep. I think she was taking her jacket off. Boy, we're hard up to find someone to ask a question here this morning. Any questions? Yep, we got a question.
Hello?
Hi.
Wow. So you just made the comment about how, even when you're no longer a startup, to keep that startup mentality. At the same time, so can you talk a little bit about, the great debate between, vertical building versus horizontal management and organizational styles? And,
Yeah.
It's been like a 20-year debate.
Right.
Where's the conversation these days?
Yeah, great question. And I need to remind you, I'm in the compliance and security space, right? And that's often perceived as friction. sand in the gears. And in a way, it's a countervailing force to this whole, hey, we're scrappy and we just go and do our thing. You know, you're right. It's been a debate. I know companies, large global multinationals, the pendulum swings this way and we're going to be all centralized. And then the pendulum swings this way and it's like, forget it, man. We're going to be a federated system with all these various ways of doing it, and often it does this and does that. I think a great example is Microsoft, right? Up until the time Satya Nadella took over the company, this was going on. And I was trying to drive initiatives that were global. Like data management was right across the enterprise, right across the world, 163 subsidiaries. And that was hard to do because at the time, I even had business leaders come to me and say, you know, Glenn, you need to get over this. You're not going to accomplish this because we are an amalgam, we are a group of multiple companies. And that's the way it should be, right? Satya came on board and said, we now need to be a proper organization that aligns to its strategy with a very effective layer of middle, senior and next layer management, but we need to be adaptive and innovative enough within that to be able to drive the iteration, the fail-fast mentality, and you know, again, many of their philosophies are fully documented and they're really good. And I'd urge you to check out some of them. Forbes magazine this morning was just reflecting on some of the cultural aspects that the VP of HR had posted, and it was really interesting. So I think it's possible. I think that's a really great model. It required culture change, which is one of the hardest things to do in a company, but it comes from the top. And in this case, it's just a human primate behavior that we look to our leadership and we want to model their behaviors, we want to try and please them, so if they get it right, powerful things happen. If they don't get it right, by contrast, you know, you have all the consequences of that. So I think it's possible. I think the companies that are figuring that out, and we need to look at them for examples on how to do it. Amazon is another one, right? Happened to be in my hometown, these two companies, but I think there's many other examples, right? As you know, they look at areas of friction, and they look to be disruptive within their own companies to eliminate those areas of friction. Any other questions? Sorry, was that a good answer? Yeah. Any other questions? I think we're nearly out of time. We're out of time. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your input.
Thank you very much, Glenn. That was a very useful presentation and lots of information. Thanks a lot.
Рахмет, Glenn.
So I just want to remind you guys that you can use your own headphones for the simultaneous translation. So the simultaneous translation is going from those boxes, and I just want to say a huge thank you for our translators for this Go Viral Festival. So to access this simultaneous interpretation, you need to contact a Wi-Fi access point named Go Viral KZ, no password required, and at the same time you turn off the mobile data. Then you need to follow the link on the deserted language. And also to evaluate the sessions or the workshops or any panel discussions that you've been to, you need to go to the Go Viral KZ app, and you select the evaluate the session, and also you follow the questionnaire and fill out the questionnaire.
Yeah, dostlar, bizning Go Viral
Go Viral KZ is available via Telegram. Basically, you can learn more via the special application. You can get all the news, all of the materials right here. You can choose out the workshops with the ones you like, the stages where you would like to be present, our distinguished speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was
Baurzhan
wrong.
Sadiyev.
Yes,
Да.
I'm sorry.
Baurzhan Sadiyev.
The keynote, yes, evolving media trend. How has cybersport changed media consumption? So the next speaker is the head of software development company. He used to work in the field of information technology in all major roles such as system administrator, programmer, analyst, project manager. Since 2014, Baurzhan has been engaged in business. He is the head of software development company. All this time, computer games and esports have been his hobby. Since 2018, the hobby has become one of the branches of the business. Presently, Baurzhan Sadiyev cooperates with the Kazakhstan Esports Federation and develops the Kazakhstan gaming service Pinger Pro.
Baurzhan Sadiyev.
So yes, please give a round of applause. Thank you.
Спасибо. Hello, thank you. I can't see the room because the projectors are blinding me. But I see that you are there. There are some people in there. Probably more people will be joining us, those who dig games, because I represent the sector that is related to games. I'll tell you about cyber sport, and then there will be this guy, Mark Fisher, who will tell us about the game development. This topic is cyber sport and media. How is this related? In fact, well, this is an industry that is mostly media rather than sport. Yes, this is sport because they've got competitions. People in the digital space, with the help of computer games, basically trying to define who's better, stronger, faster, just like in any other type of sport. Well, I'll probably speak from the point of, well, some of the things might be familiar to you. I'll also explain some of the definitions. Cyber sport is basically computer game sports. But now cyber sport is already more than games. Right now they're having the so-called robot battles, when in a movie with Hugh Jackman, like not such a far future, so basically this robot battle. Also what's popular is the topic of racing, drone racing. This is also coming from China because they are manufacturing drones there. It's quite advanced, and there is a big industry around drone racing. It's also available in Russia. I think Yora, together with Roscosmos, some kind of a company that deals with the technologies, they created this drone race, I'm sorry. So respectively, all of this is around technologies, around games, some new forms of entertainment, and all of this gets regularly broadcast live. Someone keeps on watching it at all times. From the global countries, I think in China they have the largest number of youths. China has its own closed internet that has its own streaming service, its own game platforms, their own Twitch, their own YouTube, and they have like billions of views, billions of subscribers. Whatever is related to the games, this is mostly media, because all of this is immediately get broadcasted via the internet. Lots of people watch it, and the whole industry itself. Well, if you Google cyber sport and numbers, the graphs are like this. It all keeps on growing at a crazy pace. In a few years' time, the growth of audience coverage, revenues, and so on and so forth, award money, 400%, 500% growth. So basically, this is the area which is being developed at a crazy pace, capturing more and more audiences. Now, so what's the reason for this particular growth? Why cybersport is growing so aggressively? Number one is demography. This planet's population increases, a lot of young people. Anyone who is younger than 15, they do play games. Games became part of lifestyle. The more younger people, the more gamers, the greater is the audience of cybersport. Plus, there is some diversity. Diversity in the sense that anyone who's playing, they can find a game. I was waiting for my presentation. Those guys right there, the control panel, some of them playing cards, others playing Clash of Clans on the mobile phone. So basically, they've got some free time. They have a mobile device at this point of time. Some of them are playing. And this enables the game industry to grow aggressively. Again, the next point is accessibility. Access. The guy is working at this big event, and right now he can pull out his phone and basically start playing. And if the cybersport growth aggressively, computer games became some sort of a plateau. They do grow, but not as aggressively. Gaming consoles aren't growing fast either. Mobile platforms, they have crazy prices. Well, the computers are expensive, they grow old fast. Gaming consoles get old too. Gaming consoles do not support all of the games. If the games are there, they are either expensive or they are like in the movie format. You can't play it like in the games like shooters. Mobile platforms, everyone seems to have a smartphone. Everyone can play short gaming sessions. You don't need to spend hours sweating, and you pull out your phone, play a little bit, put it back in the pocket, and go on with your business. In Kazakhstan, what is happening is the audience of mobile PUBG. This is the discipline that came from computers. As soon as it was imported to the mobile platforms, it's now capturing more and more people, more popularity. In Kazakhstan, people like mobile PUBG. Well, visual attraction, visual nature of games, since this is sport. There is a classical sport like a football, country skiing, bobsleigh, curling. There are lots of such disciplines out there, but they're all losing in terms of visual attraction to cybersports. In order to watch a game or some cycling race, you watch it, and yes, there are some nice views of Europe. The cycling race goes across Italy, but in fact, this is really sad. A crowd of people on bikes race somewhere, like cybersport. You know the rules. There is a commentator who aggressively tells us stuff, and the action is happening fast. So you get there, you get some drive. In cybersport games, there can be notions like comeback, and then the game might be flipped, or, well, if it's at the high level, you go to the broadcast of cybersport, you can see a lot of blowing up effects, or some mythical creatures destroying each other, or if it is some sort of a strike, then there are some terrorists and counter-terrorists, they killing each other. No conventional sports can actually produce that, or any of that. So naturally, in the States, the audience of Fortnite is much bigger versus conventional America's favorite sport like American football or baseball. Mike Fisher, who's speaking next, he might be able to tell us a bit more in terms of numbers, and plus, as far as I know, he was part of the Fortnite launch team. So talking about Fortnite, this is a cultural phenomena that blew up everything, even the most recent Avengers. The Thor's friends play Fortnite in the movie. This is such a noticeable phenomena, and even some giants of entertainment, like movies, and even those will lose to the games. They must speak about this and mention that. So the basis for all of this cyber sport is the only sport that is initially commercial one. Of course, there might be some other types of sports which I can't quite remember. Commercial ones, in football you have the scores, the gates, the scores. No one is claiming copyright for that. And of course, well, there can be some freedom. In cyber sport, there are pluses and minuses that all of these cyber sport disciplines, this is someone's commercial or intellectual property. The games are developed by private companies for the purposes of deriving commercial profits. So therefore, they invest a lot into marketing, and sport is basically the instrument of marketing. If the game is cool, then its lifespan and profits from it much greater versus some other toy which you play with once and then forget, because you need to come up with the new toys or games.
Киберспортивные режимы, издатель игры, он может рассчитывать на такую долгую жизнь. То есть он один раз сделал игру, он будет какие-то апдейты делать, но при этом по расходам и соотношению расходов и доходов это очень выгодно. Вот. И, соответственно, миллионы компаний хотят запрыгнуть в этот поезд.
Millions of companies want to jump into the cyber sport gaming business, and they spend a lot of money, for marketing. So this money don't go like water into the sand, So the advertising, the announcements about the prizes and awards, So more and more people, are involved in this process. Another important factor is technological. Element, 4G, like 3G, 4G, so they simplify the coverage, and the phones which could be used, to play games becomes cheaper, so devices become cheaper. So technology development directly impacts like cyber sport because it's technological. The quicker internet, the cheaper the elements of hardware are, more people can afford to participate in this. As we mentioned, media, what is cyber sport? So the first answer would be is the video and video translation. So as I mentioned, all these battles and they are posted on Twitch. This is the #1 platform. Before there was Sports Startup, and then it was bought by Amazon. So Amazon is the most expensive company in the world. So it's ahead of Google and so on. So Google has YouTube gaming segment, which is responsible for the games. So Facebook wanted to be part of the gaming. So last year they signed a contract with the tour operator, but they failed. So a lot of projects, they want to get into the cyber sport media, but Narrative is still the most popular because the technology, community understanding, how everything works. So Twitch has all of this. So they're #1 platform in the world. So again, all the but everybody says that the traffic of video in internet will expand and video live will expand. In Instagram Live appeared under the Twitch hype, so they just appeared and they had a big audience and influenced. The market was influenced, so they understood that the young people look for the translation. So video Intermac is not enough. The recorded clips is not enough. So that is why. Then there was a Periscope appeared and live Instagram, but it was a proof that direct online games, that was through cybersport. What else allows for the cybersport to grow? The audience is rather loyal to advertising. So there are different forms of advertising. So the more unusual the form of the advertising in cybersport is, the better it works. So the audience in general, it's one of the gaming or cybersport things, but it has to do with media, but not so much. It's like a culture of tomatoes. So the story that the guy plays and all people give him $10 from all over the world, and then he has millions of dollars just for donations, and this is how the behavioral psychology of viewers is different. And for a mass audience, it became clear that there is a thing, donations, and that works really well. In general, cybersport audience, there is a good understanding that if you watch advertising or you're donating something, you are supporting your players, your somebody, your favorites, your teams, you favor. So in Dota, the fund for prize is 27 billion. It was collected by the users. There is a format, which people, when people buy something, and due to that, this fund, award fund is formed. So local story. Who is this? 14 to 30 plus. It's mainly males. Yes, there are some games for women, but cybersport is mainly a male story. In Kazakhstan, the most pessimistic prognosis is about 1 million players. There are different platforms. Mail.ru says they have more than 2.5 million Kazakhstanis playing there. CSGO, PUBG, Dota, FIFA, and also Kazakhstan among the FSU countries is second for spending money for games. First, of course, it's Russia, and it's difficult to overcome Russia in terms of paying for the games, and then and after us, Ukraine. So Ukraine has twice more people, and they're close to Europe, where a lot of people play. But nevertheless, Kazakhstan is in front of Ukraine in terms of transactions involved in cybersport and games. So to summarize this subject, what is the media consumption in sports? First of all, it is done mainly through video format, and it's online streaming. Then there is another plus in all the story is the capability to for interactive involvement. So you in real time can interact with authors of or creators of the content. So you can write something into chat. Chat is in cybersport is a separate subculture with its own memes, its own behavioral story, and then the key element which differs in cybersport is possibility to integrate and quite deep So there is a major on Counter-Strike, and they integrated in media consumption receipt of the game objects in order to expand number of views and lengths of views of their streaming. So they provided a game object in Counter-Strike. So that was Twitch integration game and Steam gaming platform. It's a possibility to integrate different things and at the outcome at the end receive unusual user experience. In principle, that's what I wanted to say. We have some 5 minutes to ask questions if anybody wants to ask questions. Does anybody have question? Hello, you said, so when you were introduced, that you introduced Federation of Cybersport in Kazakhstan. Can you share about this federation, please? Briefly. So this month, for the federation to be accepted cybersport as a sport in the country officially. So with Russia, we have similar sport management system. It's governmental influence. So in order to work well in developing this industry, we had to be accepted by the government. So this is what Federation was involved in. First of all, it received official status, and now we are working on some adequate dialogue with audience, including state agencies, institutions, like older people, because for many people, a kid by computer screen is not understandable, so he's either killing his time for nothing. So for a parent, the kid who is playing, even if he's working or creating something or designing something or plays, it's all the same. And it's one of the areas of our work. Another thing is acceptance as a real sport, so official trainer status, levels of completion, because as a new type of a sport we have to come up with. Why do we need this? And for the people who dedicate their life, spend a lot of time, for this, to create adequate conditions of so we're developing now completing, coming up with levels of completion, Master of Sports for Counter-Strike or Dota. This is how sport works here. This is, requires for a body, which works with the Ministry of Sport and state and adult audience. Hello. My name is Georgi, Progress Gaming. We know each other. I have a question. Can Federation participate, or may Federation participate in commercial tenders, or may Federation run commercial activity legally, or those of you who know that in sports everybody discusses a tender. In Russia, it's a tender, it's a Cybersport Federation and FIFA. For them, Federation is a public organization. And they just work social organization. They can probably participate somewhat in the standards, but it is not allowed to get a profit from this activity. So they not run any commercial projects. May I? Hello, Pinger Pro question. Is it a private initiative or it's a federation project? Or is it some kind of a business which exists separately? Yes, it's a separate story. I am in charge of this project. Why do we need a tournament platform in Kazakhstan? First of all, there is an audience where they should compete. Plus, there is the story with Ping. So we met with Mike Fish. We had a problem with Ping, and he might help us to get to like the publishers of games to be organized. For those of you who do not know, understand. So geographically, Kazakhstan is rather far from Europe, and all the gaming servers are in Europe. So that is why we actually have Ping until it gets to the service, which influences the gaming process. So now we're working on, so we have Kia's network at Pinger, and we are creating local infrastructure for tournaments. And plus we communicate now to bring official service into Kazakhstan. Going back to Pinger Pro. Cybersport is a competition, so we have an adequate platform for tournaments. It's a private initiative, and if federation is non-commercial organization, Pinger Pro, it's a commercial story, and to work with the audience. So we accumulate cybersport audience, and we provide them opportunity to compete in their favorite games and get prizes, money, awards, and so on. And we work with brands integrating their presence at our platform. Plus, in parallel, we resolve the issue of Ping. So that is why that's the whole story of Pinger. Any more questions? Hello, Borjan. I have a question. You mentioned that the games on smartphones are expanding, in comparison with just normal desktop games. So should we consider smartphone games to cybersport, or how this can develop here in Kazakhstan? First of all, so can it be called cybersport? Yes, it can be called cybersport because there is PUBG and there is mobile PUBG. So the card games, Hearthstone, Clash Royale, card games where all the principle of cybersport are taken into consideration. What is cybersport? It's a possibility to using certain skills to win. Not due to some random events in the game, but either you have some physical capabilities like you can shoot, or it's a combination of tactical and physical capabilities. So yes, mobile games, they are part of the cybersport. What a perspective in Kazakhstan. There is a big future for that in Kazakhstan because it's not a secret to anyone. There are some economic problems we encounter, and so gaming computer costs about 1 million tenges, and smartphone, which can be used for a game, costs about 150 to 100 1,000 tenges, Xiaomi, FIFA, so which can be used for the games. They're not that expensive in comparison with a gaming computer. That is why mobile cybersport has a great potential. So that is influenced by economic factor, device distribution. So we're talking with Sense, which is an international company which develops PUBG, mobile PUBG, and they theoretically will be represented well in Kazakhstan, which will also influence development of a mobile gaming. Let's give him a hand for a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much. So next is Mike Fisher. We are a small, new, rock group, and next is a important heavy metal group. So I'm sure that you will be encountered also informally. So you have a unique opportunity to evaluate the session. I'm sure everybody downloaded Go Viral Fest app and just add the session onto your schedule and find the button evaluate, and we will know your opinion about this presentation. It's very important for us. Thank you very much, friends. Let's thank our partners. Go Viral 2019. Give them, give it to a hand. Mission for Change. Nomad Vibes. It's International Music Festival. And also EZS events. Also, we would like to talk about platforms. We have a round hall. There is a small stage. There is a workshop area across the room, open stage, and food court. It's working for 3 days, so you don't go far away and not miss not a single event or session. Okay, friends, and now we are, as Borjan had mentioned already, he'd opened up a secret. So, and since you're all here, that means that session of the speaker is part of your schedule. Mike Fisher, video games designer, interactive media games professor in South California. Mike Fisher is a manager in interactive entertainment, and he was a manager in Amazon and Microsoft and leading companies which are involved in video gaming, and he was a general director of he was the manager in editing franchises of video games as Fortnite, Final Fantasy, Tomb Raider, Halo, and many, many others.
Mike is also a business angel, a consultant for a number of companies in the area of interactive entertainment, augmented reality, digital communities, artificial intelligence, and network technologies. Also, Mike represented the industry as the member of the board of the Association of Entertainment and Gaming, and also Interactive Arts and Games. Mark Fisher, he's got a very interesting session called "Who is Going to Become a Hollywood of Video Games?"
Share on the stage. I just want to say that after his presentation, we are going to have a break, but we're gonna have the Startup Go pitch contest at the open stage. So, and then at 2 o'clock, we're gonna come back here to the main building, and we're gonna have very interesting speakers with their topics, presentation of books, and poetry reading. So, I want to introduce Mike Fisher to you, who is just Assistant Professor of Interactive Media and Games at University of Southern California. He is an experienced executive in interactive entertaining, having held senior positions at Amazon, Microsoft, and top video game companies, including CEO of Square Enix America. He has held the publishing strategy for some of the biggest franchises in video games, including Fortnite, Final Fantasy, Tomb Raider, Halo, Gears of War, and Sonic the Hedgehog. Mike is also an angel investor and advisor to a number of firms across interactive entertainment, including esports, AR, VR, digital communities, AI, artificial intelligence, and network technology. He has also represented the industry as a board member of the Entertainment Software Association and president of the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you, the Mike Fisher with the keynote, Who Will Be the Hollywood of Video Games. Give a round of applause.
Бурные овации, давайте встретим. Я думаю, что будет очень интересно. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to come to this beautiful city and talk about a topic that I love so much, which is video games. Just some, there's a quite interesting introduction for me, so just some additional brief information. I've been in the games business for over 30 years, and I've been fortunate to be able to work on some of the biggest IP in our industry. I got into this business because as I graduated university, I really wanted to work in the games industry. But in 1988, the industry was really in a bad condition in the US after a crash. And all of the opportunities were happening in Japan. So I sold my motorcycle and my mountain bike and bought a one-way ticket to Tokyo. And I didn't do that because I was brave. I did it because I could not afford a round-trip ticket. So I had no choice but to do my best. I taught English for 2 years while I studied the language. And then at the end of my second year, I was lucky enough to get a job at Sega and then started my career from there. Recently, introduction says I've been working as a professor of games, an investor, and also a consultant in the video game industry. I don't want this to be a business presentation, but I just wanted to give some sort of basic framework and facts and figures. The games industry is about $140 billion worldwide, and that's split pretty evenly, almost 50-50 between mobile games and then PC console games. And it's also pretty evenly split around the world. China is a huge market, with Asia representing half of the industry, the other half being made up of Europe, the Americas, and the rest of the world. And this is really interesting to me because gaming is such a fantastic global culture. And you know, I came to this beautiful city far from my home all alone, and then yesterday as I did my workshop, you know, I was surrounded by other people who loved games and had a passion for making games. And I just felt, these are my people. This is my tribe. And it's wonderful to be able to have this global culture that's shared around the world. You know, music and film are also global media, but the language barrier really puts some limits onto how many people it can reach. Whereas many games go beyond the language barrier and truly connect people across cultures. Video gaming, by many measurements, is even bigger than the traditional Hollywood industry. Of course, if you look at the global box office, those are just the revenue from the films in the theater. So Hollywood revenue was much more than just that. But if you look at the biggest game last year versus the biggest movie last year, Fortnite was over 1.5 times more revenue. And Fortnite's continuing to earn money, even though Black Panther has pretty much finished its revenue earning. Now, I don't think people get into the games industry because they want to get rich. We do it because we love it. But I think it is important to recognize what a big global industry it's become. And this has really kind of crept up on us over the last few years. You can see the big change. Oh, we're not going to see my laser pointer there. The big change happened around 2008. You can start to see video games really pull ahead. Can anyone guess what happened in 2008, 2009? That was the introduction of the smartphone and the App Store. And that really made games accessible to a much wider audience. And part of that is because a smartphone is more affordable and more accessible than a games console or a high-end PC. I think the other thing is, if you're a young person and you ask your parents for a games machine, they're going to say no. But if you ask them for a phone, they might say yes, not realizing you're going to spend all of your time playing games. So mobile gaming has really extended our reach, and the idea that a lot of games are free to play also makes them more accessible to more and more people. In spite of this global growth and this global reach, video games are still, in my mind, really misunderstood and not given the respect that they deserve as a legitimate form of creative expression. You know, movie making has this wonderful, cool image of thoughtful, artistic people working on a team, creating a beautiful story. Video games still have an image of nerds on a sofa or a hacker working alone in his parents' basement. And part of this problem may be generational. Young people who play games aren't really an influential part of society yet, but that's changing year by year because as people grow up, they're continuing to play games. So I think time will solve a lot of this. But I do want to make the point that both film and games today are very high-tech enterprises, and they use a lot of the same technology. Computer graphics and animation, green screen technology, motion capture technology. Both games and movies are made the same way. And sometimes the games industry has adapted movie technology, but now more and more often, movie makers are using video game tools to make their movies as well. So we're seeing a convergence of how these things are created. And games have become influential media in their own way. I mean, if you look at Hollywood, the United States now has sent 2 people to the White House based on, in large part, their popularity from Hollywood. The new president of Ukraine became a TV star before he went into political office. But games are starting to show their influence in culture in other ways. And I like to use the example of Japan. You know, coming out of World War II, Japan had a terrible culture, a terrible reputation, a wonderful culture. And then after that, the industrialization of Japan helped the economy grow, but didn't necessarily create warmer feelings about Japanese culture. But today, young people around the world love everything from Japan. And that, in large part, has come from anime, manga, but especially video games. It's become a really unique way for people in Japan to share their culture and their artistic vision with people around the world. So I thought it was really interesting that at the end of the Brazil Olympics, the Japanese Prime Minister came on stage to welcome everyone to Tokyo for 2020, doing cosplay dressed as Super Mario. And to me, that really represented the coming of age as video games as a common world culture. And as our previous speaker discussed, esports have taken that even further. And you know, esports is both watching competition and to some degree just watching streamers. Millions of people watching the championships, millions of people coming to Twitch every single day. This has become a new form of entertainment for people all around the world. And we have our own celebrities. PewDiePie and Ninja have become global celebrities with fans all around the world watching them. Simply by mentioning a game or a movie or a snack food, they can create a hit overnight because of their influence and their very, very loyal fans. But what's really interesting to me about the evolution of games is how global they've become. I mean, this is really amazing. These are games made in countries all over the world, and not just good games, great games, best-selling games. You know, The Witcher from Poland, many people consider, you know, the best game of its era. Minecraft has, you know, hundreds of millions of players, you know, kids all around the world obsessed. These are the best of the best from every country you can imagine. But I did notice there were a couple of trends here. A lot of great new game companies are coming out of the Nordic countries. Another big group is coming out of the former Soviet states. So my hypothesis is the games out of the Nordics are there because in those long, cold winters, playing video games is an easy thing to do. And you know, the educational system from the former Soviet Union, with its emphasis on mathematics and sciences, created an amazing talent pool of people who could make great games. So it makes me wonder, if there's a country with that you know, former Soviet tradition of excellence in education, combined with long, cold winters, wouldn't that be an interesting place? I had no idea where you could find a country that matched that until I discovered Kazakhstan. And as it turns out, there is a great studio here in Almaty that just released a game in May. A team of 3, a husband, wife, and their Kachnitzel. And they're here right here. Can you guys stand up and just say hi to everyone? I was up at 5 a.m. playing this game. Now, I had jet lag, but it's a wonderful game. It's a lot of fun. It's free to play. I really, if I could ask everyone one favor, tonight go home, download the game on your phone, play it, give it a good review, and help give a really talented local developer a little more boost to raise their profile on the charts. I would love to see, next time I show this list of the biggest best-selling games in the world, some teams from Kazakhstan on that list. And this is a great way to get started. So just remember, Katata Games, and the title of the game is Top Run. Making games used to be really hard. You needed to have a lot of money and resources. You had to have a large team working for a long time. And there are still companies that make games that way with big production values. Games can cost $100 million or more to make. But they don't have to. A revolution has happened in the last few years that make game development more accessible than ever. First of all is the availability of middleware. You can now use and license software that already has the work that you'll need to manage the physics and the lighting and the controls and the development. Things that you used to have to build from zero now are available for you. So you can just focus on the creative part of the game. You used to need millions and millions of dollars to market your game. You need to put your game on television, buy magazine ads, buy website ads. Now with social media, with zero or just a small budget, your loyal community of fans and influencers can spread the word for you. So you don't need a large team. You don't need a large marketing budget. And because of digital distribution, you don't need to manufacture discs. You don't need to distribute. You don't need a sales team. You don't need to worry about stores. You just upload it into a game store, and after their revenue cut, they deliver the cash straight to you. So the barrier to entry is lowered, and it's resulted not only in more games from around the world, but more creative games, more unique games, more original games, and then again, thanks to the advent of mobile gaming, able to reach more people than ever before. Just to spend a minute quickly on each of these types of areas, the middleware is not just the game engines like Unity and Unreal. Now you can license these games for license this technology for a small upfront fee. In the case of Epic and Unreal Engine, they let you use the technology for free. And for the first, I think, $40,000 of revenue, you don't even have to pay them a royalty. Only once you start making money, you can pay them 5% back in royalty. So they're giving you the tools right now for free. There are fantastic art stores. If you're going to put a chair into your game, you don't need to pay an artist to draw a chair. You can go on to a developer store and buy that chair or that house or that car tire. And again, just focus on the creative part. There's even a company called Speed Trees that makes nothing but trees. So if you need a mountain covered with trees and bushes, you used to have two options. Have one tree and copy it 1,000,000 times, or draw a lot of different trees. Now they have technology that will automatically generate the type of greenery that you need to fit whatever environment you have. And these are just a few examples. There's a whole host of resources out there to be a force multiplier for your small team. Now, I've seen from other presentations, you're very sophisticated about social media. My guess is most of you probably know more about social media than I do. Just a couple of quick thoughts. 300 Spartans, a small core team of people who know your product and will be your evangelists, are much better than having 1,000,000 people see an ad for your gaming and forget it. So don't focus on building the biggest community, focus on building the best one. And pick the community that's right for you. Discord is a unique community of video gamers. That's a great way to get started. Somebody yesterday mentioned Reddit. Reddit is a fantastic community. Just make sure you understand the culture of the community that you're addressing and doing it right. A small budget can do a lot of heavy lifting. There's a very old joke. Two people are taking a walk on the savannah, and they start to see a lion following them. One of the two men starts to tie his shoe. The other guy says, "Why are you tying your shoes? You can't run faster than a lion." The other guy says, "I don't have to run faster than a lion. Just have to run faster than you." If you're spending just $500, $1,000 a month promoting your game on Facebook or Twitter, that puts you ahead of 99% of the other indie developers who are spending zero. And a very little bit of money goes a long way. Facebook, Twitter, Google, they want your money, and they make it very easy to run an advertising campaign. So I'd encourage you to teach yourself how to promote yourself on social media with a very small budget, well targeted. It can really help you a lot, and it doesn't require a $1 million marketing budget. And then finally, digital distribution. Every major platform now will allow you to distribute, and there is more competition than ever. Epic Games opened up a new store. Apple just started a new subscription service. Amazon is expected to jump in anytime soon. There's more competition. There are new platforms, and they are hungry for content. There's never been a better time to be a developer. I want to talk a little bit about future trends. I co-founded this studio, Cloudgate, based in Chicago. We released a game called Island 359 that was inspired by Jurassic Park. we made a modest amount of money on the game, but it's very difficult to make a successful VR game today. The VR hardware is still very limited. Creatively, you can do some amazing things, but it's expensive, it's difficult to set up in your room. It's going to be a while before it reaches a mass market. A lot of VR game developers now are funding their business and staying alive by doing enterprise work, B2B work. It keeps the team alive, but we're going to need successful hardware with a worldwide reach, and that may not happen soon. The same thing for AR. Pokemon Go was a huge success as a mobile-based AR, but that's about it. The big AR headsets that you'll wear like glasses and walk around the house are still very expensive. Magic Leap is $3,000 and it's not very good. So again, lots of potential in the future, very limited appeal right now. On the other hand, I'm extremely optimistic about cloud gaming. We had a speaker today talking about cloud. Cloud has traditionally been an enterprise business resource, but Google with their announcement and Microsoft also with their announcement are bringing this to a whole new audience. What it means is the processing power for your game isn't happening on your device. It's happening in a data center. And they're just streaming a video signal to you. And what it means is you can have a very cheap laptop, you can have a mobile phone, you can have a television in your home and play a game that in the past would have needed a $2,000 PC. Not only that, it's connected to every other gamer in the world. So you could have 10,000 people playing together all in one battle scene. It's unlimited, it's worldwide, it's connected, and it doesn't require you to buy any gaming system. Now, as internet connections speed up, this service is going to be available to more and more people and more places. It makes gaming affordable, and it means that you can play a high-end AAA game just on your cell phone. And these new cloud services need content. I don't want to get into too many technical details, but the nature of them means it's not easy to take old games from the past and just put them on this platform. They need new games. So this is your chance to get on a new platform early and build an audience before there's a lot of competition. It's a blue ocean market. So my thought for anyone who wants to be an indie dev, as I mentioned before, community is really important. There's a community of people who love indie games. You can build a local community of people from your region, and then go from there to build a global community using other resources and borrowing other power if you can. Larger publishing companies may notice your game and do a publishing deal with you. Usually they'll take a percentage of your revenue in exchange for using their marketing and promotion resources. If you have a game that's on the PC, reach out to Intel, reach out to NVIDIA, reach out to other technical partners. Ask them for free hardware. Ask them for marketing support. The worst that they can do is say no, and these companies are always looking for creative people to showcase what their technology can do. Be your own public relations PR expert. Find the right media outlets and write them directly. Use crowdfunding if it's available. I showed you my VR team. We used Steam Early Access. We put an unfinished game for sale on Steam and used the funds from that to finish the game. There are other resources like Kickstarter. It can be challenging to raise enough money on Kickstarter, but if you have a unique game and if you've built up an audience, it's a great way to help get yourself funded. And Kazakhstan is far from some of the big game shows, but if you can find a way to travel to those shows, or even better, get a technology partner to feature your game in their showroom. Gamescom in Germany, the PAX shows around the US, the E3 show that they just held in Los Angeles, they show hundreds and hundreds of games. Find some way, find a partner, or just go there on your own and do guerrilla marketing to get your game there. But most importantly, use those events for your own personal networking. To be able to say you're a game developer from Kazakhstan is a great conversation starter. I was at the E3 show, a trade show, just 3 days ago, and I told the head of publishing, I came across an interesting game developer in Kazakhstan. He said, Kazakhstan? I want to see that game. Let's put it on Twitch. Just the idea that in such a to Americans' faraway place, making these great fun games, already gives you a unique way to stand out from the crowd, and you can leverage that interest to show them how good your game is. And once you have that attention, you're already 75% of the way to success. Think big. You can reach a global audience from here in Almaty. There's no limit to what you can do. Make a game from the start that has worldwide appeal. Create as many resources as you can for people to share it on social media. Make lots of YouTube videos, throw them out there, and share with everybody. Build up that community, but most important, push, break the rules. Don't accept no for an answer. Reach out to every influencer on YouTube and Twitch that you think is interesting. If 99% of them say no, then ask 100 times. Sooner or later, if you're persistent, you can be successful. Almost every successful game developer has been told no, their game won't work by publishers, by investors, by retailers, by distributors, but they didn't give up. And if you launch that game and it's not a success, learn, find out what happened, and start again. Never, never, never give up. This is a little bit of dark humor. The spiders have made a web across the children's slide. They say, if we pull this off, we'll eat like kings. Making games is risky. Most games aren't successful. But if you could have a success, you can have 1 million players, 10 million players, 100 million players all around the world overnight. You have the creative talent here. We have the technological resources, the distribution, the social media to make it happen. And I am so inspired by the energy I saw from the game developers working at our workshop last night. I know you can do it. You're my tribe, you're my people, we're gamers. One day we'll take over the world, and I look forward to seeing your game being #1. Thank you very much. I think I have about 3 minutes. If there's a question or two, I'll take it.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Mikhail Mun, and first of all, I want to apologize about my bad English, but I have some questions about study and another cloud games. What do you think about that? I mean, in e-sport, it's important for me because I like this e-sport. And cloud gaming right now have some issues with delay,
Yes.
with ping. It's hard, especially for us in Kazakhstan, because we have really big ping. So what do you think about e-sport when this industry where you need math skills, you need fast reaction, etc.?
The limitations that exist today will not exist tomorrow. Traditionally, the early cloud gaming platforms was literally one PC in a data center playing the game, because the games were not developed with a cloud gaming infrastructure, a cloud gaming platform in mind. The new platforms from Google, from Microsoft, and others will be built with that in mind, and to some degree, the platforms will be built to accommodate latency. There are always going to be some games like fighting games that will need a faster connection than cloud gaming can provide. But there are going to be new genres of games that we don't even know that don't exist today that will overcome that. And then finally, not only is the infrastructure improving, eventually we'll be using satellite connections because the speed of light in space is faster than the speed of light through copper. But technology is also existing to reduce the ping even for network games today. I am actually an investor in a technology that reduces the number of hops a video game signal will have. So just because it's a limitation today doesn't mean it's a limitation tomorrow. The first cloud gaming systems will be limited to regions with the fastest internet, but within a few years, Kazakhstan and even more limited countries like India, for example, will have the connection we need. You need a 35 MPS, I think right now is a minimum for Google, and I think that's going to be easily achieved very soon. If there's no more questions, I think we're, okay, one last question, and I think we're out of time.
Yeah, I wanted to know what do you think is going to happen with Steam or Epic Games Store after Stadia is going to be grown and grown, bigger and bigger?
Yeah, so
are they going to die or something?
It's really interesting. So Steam has had a virtual monopoly on game distribution for at least 10 years, and they take 30% commission. The Epic Store just opened more recently and only takes 12%. And I think what's going to happen is it's going to put downward pressure on everyone. Because the Epic Store is not just lowering their percentage because they want to take market share. Their CEO believes that 30% is evil. That it hurts gamers, that it hurts innovation, and it hurts development. And his philosophy is they need to take 5% for the credit card transactions. They need to take 2% to pay for the network bandwidth, and 5% of profit is enough. So they are not going to stop until they push everyone down. But it's not only Epic versus Steam. Google is jumping in with a new business distribution platform. I wouldn't be surprised if Amazon does something as well. More competitors jumping in, trying to compete for a limited amount of product is going to push down those rates. And it's also going to give them an incentive to reach out to independent developers. They want your content on their platform. Now, in 5 years, they'll have too much content. But in the next 2 to 3 years, they don't have enough. So that's why I want to encourage you, get working soon. Reach out to these people, put your games on their platform. Cloud gaming is a blue ocean today, but it won't be forever. Okay, I think we're out of time, everybody. Thank you so much for your time and your patience, and I love the work that you're doing. Please keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you.
Рахмет.
Okay, so we just want to remind you
Сонымен достар, бүгін GoViral 2019 фестиваль Қазақстандағы ақш-тың дипломатиялық миссиясы демеушісі болып табылатын халықаралық фестиваль. Ол Қазақстан, Орталық Азия және Құрама Штаттардан медиа, мәдениет, бизнес және технологиялар саласындағы инвесторларды, инноваторларды біріктіреді. Орталық Азия мен Америка Құрама Штаттарынан келген кәсіпкерлерді, инноваторларды бірге жинап, идеялармен және ақпаратпен алмасатын керемет фестиваль.
And I just want to remind you that the theme of this Go Viral Festival is the new, create, collaborate, and innovate. What does the word new mean today? New technologies, the fast-growing rate of information transfer, ever-increasing access to open sources and mobile solutions. All this is changing our life now. Go Viral is a platform where people can share ideas, work together, and be inspired to create together while learning from more than 70 speakers from the United States and Central Asia. Also, I just want to remind that there are 4 main sections, which are media, business, culture, and technology, as well as social innovations. And before we go on a break, I just want to say what's going to happen on the open stage.
Yeah, достар, 13-15-те, яғни 5 минуттан кейін ашық сахнамызда далада Startup Go байқауының питчингі өтеді. Сахнада өз жобаларын 10 команда жария етеді. Және де бұл тек қана стартаптар мен технологиялық кәсіпкерлер үшін байқау емес, бұл жергілікті командалар үшін жаһандық компания құру және оны бүкіл әлемге масштабтау мүмкіндігі. Қазылар алқасы байқаудан кейін 3 үздік жобаны таңдайды. Және де сағат 16:45-те осы сахнада жеңімпаздарды осы сахнаға шақырып жария етеміз.
Yeah, so at the open stage, we're going to have this Startup Go pitch contest that we were all waiting today for all these 3 days. So there are 10 Kazakhstani teams. They will tell about their projects on the stage. And this is not just a competition for startups and technology entrepreneurs, but a great opportunity for local teams to create a global company and scale it to the world, to the whole world. Following the results of the competition, the jury members will select 3 best projects that will be announced today here on the stage at 16:45. So we'll be waiting for you back before this break at 2 p.m. and we're going to have other speakers, and then the jurors will announce the results of these contest at 4:45 p.m. So stay tuned.
Спасибо большое. Объявляется
Thank you very much. We're going for a break.
құрметті Go Viral фестивалінің қатысушылары, қонақтары, біз жұмысымызды одан әрі жалғастырамыз. Сіздердің қошеметтеріңізбен, с вашими аплодисментами, этим продолжим, закончим наш перерыв. Сонымен достар, біріншіден біздің телеграм арнамызға, яғни Go Viral KZ арнамызды телеграм желісіне табыныңыз, жазыңыз, оған қосылсаңыз, сіздер фестивальда болып жатқан барлық шаралар туралы білетін боласыздар. Хабарланудырлар, өзгерістер, жаңалықтар бәрі сіздердің телефоныңызда болады. Сонымен қатар біздің Go Viral Fest 2019 қосымшасы.
Hello and welcome to the after lunch session of Go Viral 2019. Remember to use our app, all of the news, announcements, information about the contents and speakers, everything that you need, you might find it there. Remember to do your evaluations. I'd like to continue our work now. You can get the information on your devices about our ongoing activities, the official hashtag GoViral2019, GoViralKZ. I'd like to invite the next speaker. Our next speaker is a well-known specialist in the area of IT, and he came to us to the IT from the economy and business.
We're going to continue with our next speaker. She is the graduate from the Moscow Higher School of Economics at KBTU with the Bachelor in Science and Economics degree and the University of London in 2015. Catherine began her career by developing the Procter & Gamble business in Russia and working on her business project in Kazakhstan, and then flew to the United States where she implemented business intelligence at Microsoft for 1.5 years as an analyst. Today, she continues to work with data in one of the best IT companies in Kazakhstan, Kalosa Group, and actively participates in the development of local IT communities. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker with the keynote From Ballet to Data Science, Catherine Reichert.
Встретим аплодисментами.
Спасибо большое. Как меня слышно? Хорошо? Супер. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Cool. Thank you very much for making it to this event, despite the fact that this is Sunday, the second day, the third day of the conference. And I'll give you some very useful information so that you are not wasting your time here. Let us start. Today in this keynote, I would like to set 3 key objectives. To tell you more about my way from ballet to data science, I'd like to start with the fact that I will tell you what data science is and why it is so popular, and also I was going through various top companies. I was often asked questions how to get there. So I'd like to share with you my conclusions and observations about what these companies are looking for in you as specialists. And also would like to tell you about some private parts of my story, what helped me to overcome these difficulties. This is not about any external factors, but what is happening inside of you, which you do with yourselves, and the result of it is all of your external successes. To begin with, I always like turning my presentations from boring, monotonous lectures into some sort of a dialogue. So I would like to find out who is here. Do we have any students here in our audience? Okay. Do we have any young professionals, those who already work some places? Maybe not so young. Cool. Do we have any school kids? Cool. All three categories. I prepared some special, useful pieces of advice for all of you. Now it's my time to introduce myself. Like this said, right now I'm a data scientist at Kolesa Group. It's one of the top companies. Who knows about it? It's a Kazakh IT company. For those who don't know, I will tell you Krisha.kz, Kolesa.kz, and Market.kz. This is all us, all three websites, all developed in Kazakhstan. Using our own resources, this team is over 20 years old. Before becoming a data scientist and before I started working with Kolesa, it happened a year ago. Before this, I had this very cool experience. I was in the US with Microsoft as data analyst. And prior to that, well, in my introduction they said many thanks organizers for this very cool conference. But there was a little typo, not the Moscow School of Economics, London School of Economics, and by two diploma faculty, which is part of this university. This is my alma mater, KBTU. I studied here at the faculty of the International School of the Economy. I got 2 diplomas. I also graduated from the Classical Gymnasium of Art in choreography. And after telling you about this, my entire background, if you rephrase this, this is how my path looked like: choreography, economics. I'm standing on the same stage. The rector was just presenting me with this diploma and IT. Does anyone see any logic? Choreography, economics, and IT. Do you think this is possible? Why would it happen? What? Discipline? Any other options? Interest? Okay, cool. Anyone else? Did anyone have anything similar? Okay, great. Subjects, discipline, interests. Okay, let's start with the end with data science. Do we have anyone who knows what it is? Can you give me a hint? Made up your mind. Who knows what it is? Our time, data is very important. The use is the basis for the technology. So basically, the more data we have, the smarter we are. The more we learn. Data science includes machine learning, big data, and many other things. Okay, this is the right definition. Thank you very much. If you help me to listen to my audience. Well, data science is one of the most demanded and most attractive areas, and data scientist is one of the most attractive professions of the 21st century. And like you said, this includes machine learning, some other science-based methods to get some use from that data. And some of you probably heard about this. I talked a lot about this. Data is our new oil, and the future development will be happening. That companies and businesses will learn to get some benefit from this data and continue their development. So in order to move to this area, to work in this area successfully, well, already opened it at my slides. Some might think that technical skills are most important. You need to ask what kind of stuff you need to learn. But in my experience in the top companies in my work, number one thing in data science is your soft skills, ability to communicate, ability to explain all of these complex things in simple words to regular users, regular Joes, to those who don't understand this, but those who would like to understand what kind of benefit it brings to businesses, whatever you can do with your data science. Hard skills, yes, technical skills are important, and you can start with something simple. And number three that you need is the understanding of the area where you work. When you start with data science, start with a point that check what kind of soft skills you're still missing. Do you really understand the area you're going to apply your skills in, and then start tuning your hard skills. So basically, after saying that these hard skills aren't really that difficult, again, I'd like to draw your attention to this transition period, how from the economics I moved to data science. Had this 1.5 years as VI data analysts. Can anyone explain what this profession is, BI data analyst? Data analysis. You work with data and you predict the future. In that part where you are an analyst, you don't need to forecast or know machine learning algorithms. What's enough here is to have some very basic skills like Excel. In order to start working here, it's just enough to learn some simple things. Does anyone know the VBR formula in Excel? If you manage this, this is a very good benchmark. This means you can be a good BI analyst, and then you can move to data science. So a little digression, Power BI, this is one of my most favorite tools, one of the key skills that helped me with the background in economics. My top skills was Excel. I managed to move to BI analytics and learn some more complicated things like programming. Who heard about Power BI? Okay, half of the people. Power BI is a very cool tool. In a simple words, this is a Microsoft product. And the next step in the development after Excel, we can put together all of the data from different sources, process it, build a model, and visualize. Back in February of this year, I spoke at Data Science Conference. Has anyone been to that place? Really nice. Thank you for being with me again. That's why I talked a lot about this instrument, talked about how cool is this is, and I got some questions about how to learn it. Well, I managed to do this with the help of online courses, online classes at the official website, and because I worked in this environment. So basically, for those who are in Kazakhstan, there is really nothing. But today I'm happy to tell you that I created this possibility for you at that meetup. We announced the creation of this community, BI community. If you want to join, if you care about this, we're going to have a free Power BI workshop where our volunteers, our team, will teach anyone who wishes. It will help you to make this initial step. And I personally, in partnership with Data Science Academy, that organized this cool data science meetup in February. Together we'll organize this training course. Yesterday I announced about this at Go Viral. If you care, this is a well thought through training course from me. I'd like to do a little bit of marketing here. Now I'd like to speak about the top companies and how to get into those. What are they specifically looking at? This is the list of the companies I've been able to work with over my career. I was having my internship at Mars, worked with PG in Russia for quite some time. After that I was in the US, Wimmer Solutions, then Microsoft, and now with Colosa. Does anyone wonder about these companies? Maybe I shouldn't really tell you about these companies. What do you think they look first? What's most important? Working in a team. Yes, you have seen my presentation. Well, yes, they look at your soft skills, and these soft skills is your ability to work as a team. It's not about who you are, how cool you are. In many of our companies, we have this culture when every person is on his or her own, and you need to climb your career ladder because you get self-promoted and drown some other people. In these companies, what's important is how are you actually able to be a team member, a team player, capable of resolving problems together. So they look at your potential. On the second place is the hard skills. Hard skills are given. You must have some of those, but apart from that, what's important is what kind of person you are. And the third important point, how to get jobs in all of these companies. What's important, who is surrounding you, who you are talking to. It's important to pay major attention to networking. It's important to learn to communicate with people at the level which you haven't reached yet. And there is this really cool phrase I heard at one of those conferences in the United States. Networking is not about who you know or who knows you. It's really important to get your message across to those who know what you know. So this is the key mantra of the successful networking. So all of the job offers, top IT companies, there is a much greater chance that the recruiters will only respond to you as soon as you get a referral from some of the employees. Do you know what the referral is? For those who don't know, any staff member of Microsoft, they can send your resume to a recruiter, and a chance of being invited to the interview to the next stage is much greater. So in order to develop such skills, learn to communicate at this level. These are three most important things so that you could get into one of these top three companies. And now getting back to the point I asked who is here. If you're a school student, since I've got 10 minutes to go, if you're a school student, I recommend that you take 100 hours of volunteering jobs. I would like to recommend you to make your first money in school and pass through all those possible training courses, actively visit various summer camps that are attuned to develop your leadership skills.
So if you're at the stage, you already can make a very good foundation for your future success. Everything I'm telling you, I did it myself, and I'm recommending all this based on my personal experience. I will miss that so I can fit in time. If you're a student, I recommend you to make 200. Okay, so to have 200 hours of work, in all spheres of work. Do not limit yourself to your future sphere. If you, for example, study to be an economist, try to participate in IT championship, be somewhat useful anywhere, and but you will gain experience. It will be your benefit. Go to the real internship. Don't do the internship in like your uncle's, company for just a piece of paper. Go to the real company, work there, use like exchange. How did I appear to go to the States? So I was selected for young leaders from Kazakhstan who helps our young people to find work and professional experience in the States. So if you're a student, this is where you have to pay attention to. So if you are a young professional, or maybe you are not young, like participate in some social, organizations, develop your leadership skills, Toastmaster and Leadership KZ, share, exchange experience, share your experience. Even if you have small experience, you have nothing to share, it's just what you feel. Try to explain, to your friend what you're doing. You will understand that you have enough experience. Create societies. If you do not have societies, just create it. That's what I was telling you in February. We created a PI community. This is one of our meetings. So we're not nerds. We're not boring. It was fun. Actually, yesterday we managed to. It's just old. So 365. It was 400 people joined our community, and I hope that after my presentation we will overcome this number. Or you can find us in Telegram or QR code and several personal advices. First of all, yesterday we talked about that at panel session for the female leadership in digital era. So we discussed female leadership, how girls can reach success in IT sphere. There is a stereotype. So who thinks that in IT it's difficult for women? I saw several people holding their hands, and I was talking about this yesterday. I want to repeat myself. I want to challenge the stereotype, because this is the best time for girls to get into IT. And whenever I was working in IT companies, I met only... there was a lot of assistance provided by males, one never felt any discrimination. Now, actually, top companies, they sign quotes, to hire more females, and what we lack is communication skills, and so I was talking about them all the time. You girls, it might sound like sexism, but you have better communication skills, and in IT sphere where there's a shortage of communication skills, you can find your own place and blossom, due to the skills, and this is our team in Kolesa. We had the internal hackathon and won first prize at hackathon. We developed one artificial intellect for our product, but as you can see, there are 3 girls in this team, and girls can reach success in IT. Thank you. And there are a lot of opportunities for you, and I'm standing here as an example that each girl sitting here should see that there's a role model, and you can stand in my place and tell your story to everyone. That is why just be bold. And now my real personal kind of statement. All the successes or achievements, it's all a result of internal work, and I talk to girls, of course, mainly because I can relate to girls and understand how they think and they operate, because I am a girl. But I know that many of us have this syndrome of self-appointed, somebody due to like this. Who knows what it is, some people. So that is a syndrome of this internal monologue when you say, well, I'm not very smart, it's not going to work out for me, I'm so afraid, no, I do not fit this position, well, I will keep silence and sit quiet, what if my manager yells at me, and this not being sure, and doubting your success. Oh, maybe it was luck. No, I didn't win this grant. It was a small competition. Well, I did not get this job because I deserved it, but because it was luck. No, but it's just shame, or it's a doubt that you're self-appointed. It's not your job and your perseverance. It's incapability to accept your success. And that's a problem. That's a modern problem for the modern girls, what I see everywhere among my friends and girlfriends. And it's a psychological concept which you should think about and work on it. And it's something which developed in us due to the environment we are part of. After I lived in the States, I understood that we have a very strong pressure over girls, by the society. We are told what we should be. And I was lucky that in my life there was no person who would say, what idea are you talking about? Your economist, go work as an accountant. Or what economy? You're a dancer, dance, do like this dancing thing. Nobody told me that I cannot do it, and so it's important. So if somebody tells you something that you can't, just build your own boundaries, clean your environment, send away all the friends or relatives or family who tells you that you cannot do, build your own life. Do not listen to anybody that you won't be able to do this, that there's not something you cannot do. You can do everything. If you work like this with your mind, working with your psychology, do not forget about your body. If you have bad mood, you want to cry all the time, you are always angry and react negatively, because there are a lot of different things people think about girls, so just check your hormones. Go to a doctor. Maybe your cortisol is high. Maybe you have a hormonal disbalance. Maybe you should change the way you eat. Do some sports. Maybe it will go away in 2 weeks. Just pay a lot of attention to your body. Do medical checks. Not once a year, but maybe each 3-4 months. It's very important because it influences your stress a lot. Because it puts you in disbalance. The working stress. Just watch that. And the last thing, I talked a lot about networking and top companies and communicating, but the key moment you should remember in all those relations you built, that you should have such an attitude. First give, then take. Always asking for assistance or asking questions from a speaker. Think what you can help this person with. What can you give, and if you have such an attitude, when you're ready to share something you have or help somebody with what you have, then those people will be ready to share something they have, and they will have a better attitude. And this karma, always works in a good sense. It will bring you back more good if your attitude will be giving attitude and helping attitude. So if you think you have nothing to give or share, there is always something valuable resource, and that is not money. What is your most valuable resource? Time. Yes. Here I show links for useful resources. You can get it from my presentation. You can write to me. You can get it from organizers. With that, I finish my presentation. And again, I would like to thank each one of you that you came here and you have a desire to reach success. Thank you. Thank you, Yekaterin. Thank you for a very useful information. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Maybe if anybody wants to talk to you, you can go into the You can go out, ask Ekaterina all the questions you have for her. So if you want to evaluate the session, please go into GoFest app and choose the session into your own schedule, and press the button evaluate and fill in a small questionnaire, because for us it's very important. Our feedback is very important to use it next year. So one more announcement. At the open stage, we start the literature trailer competition. We can share what's it all about. So the most important issues which are interesting for our watchers: drama, joint open school of Almaty. They present this contest. It's a literature thriller. They will work for 70 days. They will discuss most popular shows, and then they will vote. And the winner of today can show his performance at the Drama Festival 2019.
From Drama KZ at the open air stage right now, so you can go there, and there are what are the Kazakhstani spectators interested in? What questions and topics make their hearts beat more often? The Go Viral Festival, together with the dramaturgical festival Drama KZ and the Open Literary School of Almaty, is suggesting to figure it out. So the essence of the contest is as follows. Writers present the main idea of plays on current topics in the format of short trailers, 7 to 10 minutes. The winner will be determined by a spectator vote. So the winner's play will be performed with the participation of well-known Kazakhstani media faces shown at the Drama KZ Festival in October 2019.
Сонымен келесі спикерімізді ортаға шақырамыз. Ол Лин Фунг.
Now we invite the executive director, Lin Ping, who is for more than 20 years working in the innovation sphere and worked as a consultant.
To creativity, new business models that brings this ideas to life. So her portfolio of work spans from infant malnutrition and safe drinking water to education and youth employability. Ling Ling has led initiatives in the US, UK, Kenya, Senegal, Mali, Swaziland, South Africa, Ghana, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and China. Ling Ling is also a published author and speaker on innovation and entrepreneurship. She holds dual degrees on MBA from MIT Sloan School of Management and an MBA ID from Harvard Kennedy School. So was the keynote. The keynote is how to be an entrepreneur within your company. So please give a round of applause to Ling Ling Fung.
Встречайте, друзья.
Thank you. The only way to discover the limits of the possible is to go beyond them into the impossible. The only way to discover the limits of the possible is to go beyond them into the impossible. Many of you are here today because you're keen to innovate, because you want to discover what's possible in you. Today, I'd like to talk about one cornerstone of innovation, which is called entrepreneurship. I want to teach you or tell you about how you can potentially leverage entrepreneurship to also discover what's possible. But first, before I start talking about entrepreneurship, let's talk about entrepreneurship. Who is an entrepreneur? The first face that comes to mind when I think of an entrepreneur is this one. Do you all know who he is? Yes, very famous. Steve Jobs, founder of Apple. I think everyone might know who he is. But he is not the only face of entrepreneurship. In fact, there are many other faces of entrepreneurship, and maybe you look at yourself in the mirror and you discover it in you as well. Let's look at a few other faces. This one you might know as well, Oprah Winfrey, American media executive, producer, actress, philanthropist. What you might not know about her is that in her childhood, she suffered actually quite a lot of poverty and a lot of personal tragedies before becoming the successful woman you see here today. And actually now, she's one of the most influential people in the world, but back when she was a child, maybe that wasn't so obvious. Let's look at these three faces. You probably have never seen these three faces before. They are Arun, Daewoo, and Soon Kang from South Korea, three sisters who started an internet dating app. Why? Because they were tired of the way they were dating themselves. And so they wanted to create an app for themselves and for their friends. They wanted an app that allowed people to connect more authentically over the internet. And so they created this app, and now it is responsible for 1 billion introductions and 100,000 happy couples. So that's a really great story about them. And how about this face? Does anyone know this face? His name is Jalen Bledsoe. And he looks quite young, don't you think? Actually, when he started his first business, he was 12 years old. That's right. 12 years old, he started an IT consulting company. And actually, he came from an underprivileged neighborhood. His parents were only 16 years old when they gave birth to him. So, when he was 12 and he decided to start his own IT consulting company, you can imagine a lot of people said, that's crazy, that's impossible. He is 19 years old now, and he is the CEO of a company valued at $3.5 million. So, again, this is the face of another possible entrepreneur for you to remember. So when you think about your own journey into entrepreneurship and innovation, you can remember these other faces. Now, let's challenge what we think is entrepreneurship. In my mind, entrepreneurship is a mindset. So if entrepreneurship is a mindset, it can be anyone. It can be male, it can be female, it can be young or old, white, black, brown, it doesn't matter. And also, entrepreneurship can happen anywhere. It doesn't have to be within a startup. It can be within business, government, NGO. I like this quote by Arash Asli, the CEO of Yocal.com. He says, the entrepreneurial mindset is about being committed to your vision, regardless of the obstacles along the way. It is about seeing mistakes as an opportunity for growth and not as something to be feared. It is about approaching problems from a range of different ways. The reason I like this quote so much is because it contains so many of the key ingredients of the entrepreneurial mindset. And today I'd like to focus on one aspect of that. One aspect is embracing failure. Now, failure is something that many of us fear. It is something that society has drilled into us to avoid at all costs. We must not fail, because it is seen as a potential symbol that maybe we're not good enough or that our idea is not workable. And you know what? Actually, we see successes celebrated, and it's so exciting when we see successes. But when we hear about failures, we don't hear about it too often, and usually it's not very good. But if you're interested in actually building a business, failure is an integral part of the journey. You have to know what does not work in order to move more quickly to know what does work. In fact, you have to find people that don't like your ideas to poke holes into them. You have to sell early prototypes of your product in order to get critical feedback from customers so you can make a better next product. Now, many of you might be entrepreneurs in the audience, so this is new and you already know all of this. But actually, for those of you who are not yet convinced that failure is a good thing, let's look at some examples of successful people who have failed a lot. Thomas Edison, he invented the light bulb. We're seeing that used all around here. He said, "I have not failed, I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work." That's fantastic. As an entrepreneur, you need to remember that every single day. How about the next one? This woman, I don't know if you know her or not. Her name is Arianna Huffington. She created a very popular news journal called the Huffington Post. She is the CEO of Thrive Global, and she's the author of 15 books. But in the early days, one of her first books was rejected 36 times. And you can imagine when you put all of your hard work into a book and it's rejected that many times, she didn't feel great about it. And she thought, maybe I should give up and change careers entirely. But instead, she got a bank loan and she kept going. And her advice is, you have to do what you dream of doing, even if you're afraid. Even while you're afraid, you still continue. Let's look at another example. We've got Rovio Entertainment, a video game company. This video game company produced 51 video games that didn't work. And they were near bankruptcy until this one. Do you know this one? It's been downloaded 3 billion times. It took them 52 tries to get it right. So, I think these are some good examples that persistence is needed to reach your ultimate vision, and that failure is a key part of the journey. Now, I'm here today to talk about intrapreneurship, which is a little different than entrepreneurship. So, what does it mean to be an entrepreneur on the inside? Now, while we start to hold what the entrepreneurial mindset might mean, let's start to challenge where entrepreneurship might occur. Actually, entrepreneurship doesn't have to be within a startup. It can be within an existing organization. And when you practice entrepreneurial work inside an existing institution, that's called intrapreneurship. So it's nothing more than that, just doing the work of entrepreneurship inside an existing organization. Now you might ask, why would I want to be an intrapreneur? Why not be the glorious entrepreneur that's celebrated? Yeah, maybe some of you are thinking this. Let's look at a few reasons. The first, when you are an intrapreneur working inside a business or government or NGO, one of the best things is you get a salary. You get a salary no matter what happens. And actually, that's quite important sometimes in life. So if the structure of your life does not allow you to take on the risk of being an entrepreneur right now, being an intrapreneur within your organization allows you to practice the skills of being an entrepreneur while still bringing your ideas to life. The next reason is access to resources. Now, as an entrepreneur, you can think about anything you want to do. But actually, you also have to build it all from the ground up. You have no resources right there for you. As an entrepreneur, you have access to technical experts, brands, also channels to market. As an entrepreneur, you have to build them all from the ground up, from scratch. And finally, I'd like you to consider this reason for becoming an entrepreneur. So this guy, Gandhi, I'm sure you know him as well. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. And I'll change that and I'll say, you must be the change you wish to see in the world at scale. Some of the world's trickiest problems require innovation within existing institutions to reach the scales required. So think about it. If you are someone who's interested in protecting the environment, potentially reducing plastic, you might want to think about working for a manufacturer that uses plastic in their packaging. Let's look at a company like Unilever. They're a company that actually produces 2 billion products for people in the world every single day. A company that produces that volume of products, if they make one small change in their packaging design to reduce plastic, it fundamentally changes the consumption of plastic globally. So consider leveraging the expertise inside institutions to make those big changes at scale. Now, how many of you are here are owners of businesses or managers? Can you raise your hand? Okay, fantastic. These next slides are here for you. Let's give you some reasons about why you should invest in entrepreneurship and hire those with an entrepreneurial skill set. The first is that the marketplace is changing very quickly. Avoid obsolescence. Let me show you some examples of this. There's a company called CB Insights that creates these wonderful data graphics. They predict trends in the marketplace. Let's take a look at two of their graphics. The first one is about Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble is a fast-moving consumer goods company. It has been around for over 150 years. And what you see here on the inside are all of their products. And on the outside are all of these small little startups shooting arrows of death at their products. On this page alone, there's 45 startups nibbling at the market share of Procter & Gamble. So exciting. Let's look at another one. Banking. Ooh, it's been around for so long. Now, again, in the middle, you have the services of a financial services company, a bank in the middle. And you have all of these startups around the side. There are over 100 startups on this page who are fundamentally changing the financial services industry as we see today. These images alone are compelling enough reason to invest in internal innovation. A multi-billion-dollar company with revenues of, let's say, $2 billion will look at these small startups and they'll say, oh, you're like termites. Individually, you look so small and harmless. But over time, and with so many of them, they have and are fundamentally transforming industries permanently. So, what is the solution? I like to propose entrepreneurship. Here are some famous examples of products that came out of entrepreneurship. We have the PlayStation, the iPod, the Post-it note, Gmail, all very famous, very successful products that came out of the ideas from entrepreneurs. Now, so I said as managers and business owners, the first reason why you want to invest in entrepreneurship is to avoid obsolescence, to keep up with the market. The second reason is because entrepreneurs get things done. They're the ones that are going to think outside of the job that you give them. They are the ones that problem solve. They're the ones that are willing to share ideas across different parts of your business. And they're the ones that are willing to take the risk to see the vision of a new product coming into market, and they are the future of your business. So having people like this in your business is absolutely critical for long-term success. Let's look at another reason or another element for long-term success. And we're going back to Gandhi because this is about impact at scale. And why should you as a business care? The reason why you as a business should care about this is because in this day and age, selling products and making more money is not enough to become a business leader. Customers, government, investors demand that businesses be an integral part of the communities they serve. Let's look at this quote by Haley Leibson. There's often a misconception that companies must be either purpose-driven or profit-driven. But this is really no longer the case, and let's look at some research that shows this. So there was a Harvard Business Review study that showed that employees that derived more meaning from their work reported twice the amount of job satisfaction and were 3 times more likely to stay with their employer. If that isn't convincing, we also see 9 out of 10 people willing to earn less money in order to do more meaningful work. So you have happy employees. The second is you have happier customers. 91% of consumers would switch brands if a different one was purpose-driven, given a similar price and quality. So when you have happy employees and you have happy customers, that really drives the bottom line. And 2 Harvard Business School professors has shown just this over a long-term study, that purpose and value-driven companies outperform their counterparts in a stock price by a factor of 12. that should be pretty convincing to take a look at the role of your business within society. Now, this is all very exciting. We're saying that entrepreneurship is going to be changing yourself and changing what you do in the world, but there are some challenges of entrepreneurship as well too. And I've heard a lot of talks today about how challenging doing innovation is here in Kazakhstan. Is that right? Yeah. Well, I don't know if this makes you feel any better, but it's challenging everywhere within a large corporate institution because there's structural reasons that this is the case. So you're not alone. Kazakhstan is not alone. Kazakhstan is not behind. Actually, it is just the same challenges that you see in large corporations. So the very first one, let's think about it. A corporation that has 5 million customers across 60 countries are going to have the processes and people in place to risk reduce and optimize. The reason why they do this is because they have a lot to lose. They have brand and reputation to lose. When you're a startup, all you have to lose is investor capital. I mean, really, that's not very much as compared to maybe P&G has 150 years of brand equity that could go like that from a bad Twitter feed. So they have quite a lot to lose, which means actually the work can be a lot slower and more frustrating. And I think that I've heard a lot of that in some of the discussions over this weekend around corporate innovation. And what that boils down to is fear. Fear of losing the assets that you have. Now, the second challenge to entrepreneurship is if you're an entrepreneur, you actually have to structure your idea and align it to the organization's strategy. And if you don't, you're going to get a lot of pushback. And the reason for that is they're going to say, oh, well, we don't do this. Or we're not in the business of whatever your idea is. So your idea needs to be aligned to the organization's strategy. And also, your idea, even though it's going to transform the business and transform the marketplace, will be compared to smaller investments that give you bumps in quarterly returns, but not make a difference overall. And again, what that boils down to is fear. Fear of getting, the next quarterly return. Now, I think you see where I'm going with this. Let's look at the last reason. The last reason is from Clay Christensen and his famous Innovator's Dilemma. Big businesses are going to look for returns in investments similar to the size of business they are. So if it's a business that makes billions of euros in profits, they're going to be looking for your return on investment at least 5 to 10% of that. And that's actually nearly impossible for a small startup. But guess what? The small startups are very happy to take the smaller opportunities. And that's why you see those images of the smaller ones nibbling away at market share, because the larger ones look at it and say, oh, it's too small for us. The other reason is that you have products that potentially could be cannibalized. If you're really trying to bring something new to the market, it potentially could take over the revenue stream of an existing product. Now, that's pretty scary. If you're a manager and you say, oh, actually, we're going to transform and replace all the products in the market, including ours, that's a kind of a hard sell sometimes. So cannibalization is another reason why this kind of innovation is very challenging. And let me give you an example, probably the most classic example of cannibalization. We've got Kodak films and the digital camera. So Kodak in 1975 invented the digital camera. And they were also the market leaders in film and print. But because they were completely invested in film and print, when they looked at the digital camera, they said, oh, no way, no thanks. And so instead of actually leading the transition into the next innovation in the marketplace, they actually were completely left behind. So again, that boils down to fear. So let's look at how can entrepreneurship help us tackle some of the world's biggest challenges. I've been talking a lot about this. Let's look at an example. What is this? This is complicated. This is the diagram of how we get food every day from Oxford University. So on the right-hand side here, we see people getting food. On the top, we see politics and government telling us what food we should eat, what policy is made that governs the food that can go in the market. Over here on the left-hand side, we've got farmers. And these farmers produce the food, and we've got this complex supply chain to get the food to us. This is really complicated. But what I told you before is that the trickiest problems in the world exist in systems like this. So in order to innovate and produce solutions at scale, you actually have to work within this system. Yeah? So if a government says that I want to improve health, I want to reduce disease, and just tells you eat a better diet, but they don't actually tell the companies to make better food, then what are you going to do? Because you all shop at the grocery store. So it's imperative that actually we look at large institutions and innovate with them as well. Let's look at some exciting examples of entrepreneurs live today. Okay, we have Miriam Sidibe at Unilever. Miriam has a public health background, and someone with her skills you might normally think would work at an NGO or a government, but instead she decided to work for a multinational business. And why is that? Because she wanted to put to practical application all that she had learned about hygiene and behavior change. So she created a public health campaign called the Unilever Lifebuoy hand washing campaign. And this hand washing campaign has been shown to improve the use of soap by a factor of 10. They also had a clinical study in India and showed that diarrheal disease reduced by 25%. That's one of the main killers of children under 5 years of age. In fact, 6.5 million children do not make it to age 5 every year. Now, she has been able to show to business how a public health campaign can both increase sales and save lives. How powerful. She has reached 183 million people in 16 countries. That's pretty impressive. Let's look at another example, a completely different industry, telecommunications. So Nick Hughes at Vodafone was the one that first started Kenya's first mobile payment platform. Now, when Nick originally proposed M-Pesa to Vodafone, they said, "We are not in the banking business." But he persisted, and he was able to find investment from the UK government through a challenge fund that was interested in investing in solutions to improve financial access for low-income communities. And today it's a happy story, because 15 million customers in Kenya now have access to financial services. A few fun facts about M-Pesa. Pesa is Swahili for money. Every year, M-Pesa has 1.7 billion in transactions. That's 48% of Kenya's GDP. That's 29 billion euros. In 10 years' time, they have expanded to 10 countries, and guess what? They're responsible for 529 transactions per second. 529 transactions per second. That is not so bad for a business that's not a bank. All right, let's look at one more example about environmental conservation. This might be surprising to you. It was surprising to me. Now, we have Miriam Turner at Interface. How many people know what Interface is or what they do? Yeah, I didn't think many people would. Now, Interface is the world's largest designer and manufacturer of carpet tiles. Yes, carpet tiles. You see all these colorful squares behind her head? Those are carpet tiles. And you might think, oh, it's so boring to work for a company that makes carpet tiles. But think again, because Interface has a global mission called Climate Take Back. And their mission is to use 100% recycled materials in their carpet tiles. That is enormous. For the world's largest manufacturer of carpet tiles, that is a huge task, and the environmental impact on that is huge. It's enormous. So when Miriam heard of this goal, she was inspired and used her entrepreneurial spirit to create networks. She had found that her raw material supplier was able to make recycled yarn out of old fishing nets. So what she did was that she created networks which collects old fishing nets from small fishing communities around the world, as well as large fisheries. And the reason why she does this is because old fishing nets in the ocean causes long-term degradation of marine life and endangers actually the marine life that coastal communities depend on for their livelihood. So networks works with communities that go and collect the fishing nets from the ocean. They use the old fishing nets to make carpet tiles, and then the communities get a little bit more money as well too. And today she's collected 224 tons of old fishing nets. She has impacted 64,000 people in coastal communities, and in 2022 her goal is to reach 1 million people and protect 1 billion square meters of ocean. So maybe not what you expected from a maker of carpet tiles. Okay, I've been talking a lot here, but I haven't told you about my story. So my story, I started my entrepreneurial journey about 10 years ago at Unilever. The first half of my career was working as a commercial strategy consultant. The second half, I worked in poverty alleviation with organizations like USAID and the UNDP. I observed that large companies actually play a very critical role in low-income communities by providing jobs, by providing high-quality services and products. So I approached Unilever, who's very heavily invested in developing countries, and I said I wanted to create a portfolio of new innovations and businesses focused specifically on the needs of low-income consumers. And my entrepreneurial pitch went something like this. If the water your customers, if the price that your customers pay for water is more expensive than the soap that you are selling, you have a huge market development opportunity. If you increase access to water for low-income communities, you will increase the sales of your products, you will increase social impact, and you will create genuine brand equity. Well, the good news is that it worked, and I worked for Unilever for about 5 years, developing a portfolio of innovations, including a product to prevent malnutrition in South Africa and Bangladesh, a safe drinking water business in Kenya, and also a technology to bring business tools to their micro-entrepreneurial network of about 29 million retailers across 90 countries. And so some of these initiatives worked and some of them didn't work. Some of them are to be continued. But what I know is that all of them contributed to the larger conversation of doing business and doing good. And the reason why I know this is because after 5 years, I was part of the supporting team to create a 40 million pound fund between Unilever and DFID, specifically focused on improving livelihoods, health, and the environment. Now, thank you. So what next? We are in day 3 of a wonderful festival. I'm going to end with a quote that I started with. The only way to discover the limits of the possible is to go beyond them into the impossible. I hope this afternoon I was able to show you what is possible with entrepreneurship. And maybe you didn't think some of those things were possible before. Now, ultimately, how we see ourselves directly impacts the actions we take in the world and the role we play in the world. So I would like to challenge all of you today to open up the definition of yourself, to see what is possible right now, right where you are now, whether you are at a startup, an NGO, government, a student, what is possible right now? Remember, entrepreneurship is a mindset. We must embrace failure. Think about what this guy says. Be the change you wish to see in the world, and remember, everything you ever wanted is on the other side of fear. Thank you very much.
Is there any questions to Ling Ling? Sorry, can you answer questions? No? Yes, yeah, you can, of course. So is there any questions in the crowd? Can you please raise your hand up?
I just wanted to, the previous slide with your contacts, so we didn't have any chance to make a photo of this. Just
Oh, can we put the slides up again? With my contact information?
Ling Ling,
Yes.
I'm sure I have a chance to ask many questions as I will be on the panel, but how did you come up with the idea about water for Unilever? That's a great idea, actually.
Yeah, no, it's, let me just, sorry, I'm not very good at multitasking. Okay, great, thank you. So, you know, I worked actually in international development for a number of years as well, but I saw very clearly that a lot of the organizations are all actually trying to work towards the same thing. So be it safe drink, be it water in terms of expanding the market for people that need to use water to wash things, or electricity, bringing access to energy into places. I mean, businesses need those as well too, and they're facilitators for actually the use of many different products. And so when you expand the role of how you see your business playing, and often when you're in developing markets, you have to, because potentially the government or utilities doesn't have the strength to actually provide those basic services. If you look at that as actually part of your business development opportunities, it actually expands the role that you play and allows you to be more integrated into making social impact. So it was just having had the perspective of working both in international development and also commercial strategy consulting. Yeah.
Thank you, Lillian, very much for your presentation. Such a wonderful overview about your life, your story, the example that you showed us. And my question is, how do you see the situation in our country with this water disasters, with this things that happen, that you're working in, how you said, in South Africa, in Bangladesh. Here in Kazakhstan, we have literally the same problems with waters and electricity in some other areas in our countries. Is it possible to communicate, to cooperate with Unilever, like with the local businesses, to create some solution for these issues?
Yeah, I always think anything is possible. Yep. I'm an optimist. I think anything is possible. I think, though, when you approach a large business, you need to think about it from their perspective. Why would they want to get involved? What is in it for them, actually? So in the case of Unilever, almost all the products that they make touch water. If someone doesn't have water, they can't actually use the soap or the products that they sell. And so that's quite obvious. So whatever is the challenge that you're looking at, there will always be many different players that are also interested in finding a solution for it. So it's the point of looking at the challenge and not being so fixated on potentially how it gets done, but who is also interested in solving the problem and bringing them together. And it might not be the first person you approach or even within the same organization, because it depends on who you talk to. Maybe someone is just tired that day. You just keep trying as well too. It was not the first person I talked to until I got the job. It was many, took about 6 months to get there. So it's quite a longer journey, but it's really important to take a look at, as I said, it's a complex system. Who else is in that system that wants to make the solution as well?
Thank you very much, Lin-Lin.
Давайте поаплодируем, поблагодарим Лин-Лин. Очень интересно было.
Thank you very much.
Let's give an applause and thank Lin-Lin. Dear friends, do not forget to evaluate the sessions. Go into the Go Viral Fest 2019 app, choose the session, hit evaluate and fill in the questionnaire. It's just not very complicated, but it's very important for us, and for speakers it's very important too.
There will be a presentation of the book, all that we've been waiting for, I think, Paper Thin Skin from Aygrim Taji. So Aygrim Taji is a Kazakhstani poet and a finalist of International Literary Award debut, and the winner of the International Literary Competition, Stupeni, published in literary magazines of Kazakhstan, Russia, USA, and Europe, including New World, Friendship of Peoples, Banner, Kenyon Review, Prayer Schooner, and Kuipers, and others. Poems were translated into English, French, Polish, Armenian, Azerbaijani, Uzbek, and Kazakh languages. Author of the books of poems God of Words and Paper Thin Skin.
Книга «Бумажная книга», вышедшая сразу на 2 языках, на русском и английском.
And her book, translated by George Case, she got an award of special double grant from National Arts Fund, which supports high achievements in the world arts, and Kapila Translation Prize. So we invite everybody for presentation of the Aygrim Taji book presentation and Paper Skin.
about the entrepreneurship. So we're going to continue this discussion of the Ling Ling presentation. And the speakers are Ling Ling Fung, John Armstrong, Madina Mazina, Karim Boguzbayev, and the moderator of this panel discussion is David Mashuri. Please welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, guys. I'll be on a first name basis because you have a really detailed biography, so you already know all the speakers. We have really wonderful panels today, and I'm really lucky to get to know these people because not only of their professionalism, but also a very interesting personal story. So I'll start with the ladies first. Really smart and successful ladies like Li Ling Fang, who worked at Unilever, and she's Vietnamese, Chinese, American who lives in London. Which is a really interesting fact. And we're going to talk about entrepreneurship as she's a guru in this field. Let me also introduce Madina, who worked for 7 years in digital product development. She's a co-founder of Arbuz.kz. And really interesting case in entrepreneurship when she increased revenue 7 times selling railroad tickets. Nobody thought about it until her. We also have Karim Boguzbayev. Karim is strategic director of Rahmet. It's a loyalty mobile program of Chocolife, if you know, which I really use all the time to get some bonuses when I pay for coffee. And we have my new friend John, who's here for, I guess, gender equality balance. But in reality, actually, he's a guru in life design and design thinking, and how we're going to talk about how design thinking approach can actually be linked to entrepreneurship. So my first question to you guys is, please tell us about your first entrepreneurship moment when you saw an opportunity and actually had to grab it and change something in your organization. Anyone?
Да. Слышно, да?
I will start. And it was about 10 years ago. I was working in a pharmaceutical company, and the task for the company was to understand the whole sales process and to build the process to maximize sales. So the task was not very simple, but in principle, from my childhood, I loved doing everything different, you know, how to resolve everything with minimum efforts. And that was my first moment of entrepreneurship. And when I want to do something cool and great and bring good benefit to the company. And in principle, we managed to build a system which automatically calculated sales from this pharmaceutical company. And this project was so successful that it was introduced in all the FSU countries. So there was that moment, you know, when being simple, just a staff member who had just a couple years of work could transform the company and bring benefits like big, you know, entrepreneurs, you know, who create their own companies. Madina, maybe you can share. Hello to everyone. Well, my first sort of moment when I started working in the advertising company, and I was a marketologist without any experience in the past, so I started talking with clients right away. Normally, you brought projects and you start shooting some, commission some advertising. But I decided I will go to sales managers first and understand who are my clients and to understand, because I figured out that they do not understand marketing, and how can they sell something I will not be able to do. So after that, I sort of go into clients, like or talking to clients, because I understand that without this I won't be able to work well.
Presentation right now that it takes particular mindset to be entrepreneur, and maybe John can also follow up on that with design thinking approach. What it actually takes to be entrepreneur, how do you develop this skill, how do you start overcoming this fear that you were talked about it.
Hello, is it? Oh, now it's working. Okay, great. Yeah, so I think you just need to be very, very stubborn. And also just to remember that, you know, you have to be very focused on the work that you're doing instead of the outcome that you want to achieve. So everyone has in mind that I want to get there, and that's great that you work towards that. But there's so much in the world that you cannot control, and you might get very disappointed if you try to get there and someone says no, and then you try to get there again and someone says no. But actually, if what you focus on is the work that needs to be done, and worry less about actually whether you get there or not, and focus more on the energy you put into it, then maybe you get a little less tired. And also the other thing to remember is that when you're working within a large institution, as I said before, they're just people. You know, people like John, people like Medina, they're just there doing their job. They're not trying to say no to you because they don't like you. They're saying no because they're protecting things, because there's a system that's in place that tells them they need to protect this thing, and that's why they can't give it to you. And so I think just, you know, remembering that the work, sometimes it's not going to be in the next year you achieve it. Maybe it will take, you know, 10 years. In one of my projects, it's taken over 8 years to actually, and it's still continuing today. And to remember that it's all just people at the end of the day. And, you know, it's not necessary to get so upset or take things so personally as well too when you do this work. Otherwise, you burn out very quickly and it's no more fun.
Thank you. John, can you follow up on that?
Yeah. Yes, so just two particular points actually that I'd follow up on and kind of echo. One is this idea of not necessarily just looking, you know, the final outcome, however many years or however many projects down the line, but thinking, how could I take this idea and actually do something right now? And then if you can take some step, make something actually even simply, easily, a reality right here and now, then you can show that to these people who might otherwise be in a position to say no. And so it's not like some subversive way of like going behind their backs, but actually taking some little action, having some proof of concept, so that then when you can take it to them, you can show them as opposed to just tell them. And it's much more compelling, I think, in that way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you guys have a very great opportunity to talk to these really successful people and actually pick their brains, and I'm about to do that. Also welcome questions from the audience. And my next question is, for me, entrepreneurship is very much related to kind of competencies of the person who is kind of agile. It's a new and sexy word in Kazakhstan. Everybody's talking about agile learning or being agile in an organization. And it takes certain mindset and also certain qualities, character qualities that agile people can express. And usually in the organization, not a very big number of people are agile, around 10% maybe. And agile people are actually a headache for their top managers and especially HR, because they always challenge status quo. They want new things, new challenges. They want to develop new products and services. So, Ling Ling, you were saying that if you're a business, you should attract entrepreneurs. But at the same time, isn't it also a risk? If you don't work with them, they will just leave your organization and go to your competitors. What would you answer to that? And this question to all of you. Что люди, которые, я переведу, да?
Well, let me get this translated. Entrepreneurs, the new type of people, they're called agile people. They really would like to change everything in their organization, like to come up with the new products or services. They need to have some new challenges all the time, and you cannot always offer them these challenges. In some of the larger corporations, this is a solidly built red tape system where you can't really always arrange for that. And these people with a lot of potential, these just leave. So what would you say to that? Is this a kind of a risk to the organization? Do we need to develop those people from the inside? Let me try to respond. I think I've been lucky because I used to be working in some of the more flexible organizations where they would give people a lot more freedom that is required for such internal entrepreneurs. The things that you're trying to do, sometimes they meet too many obstacles, too many stumbling blocks. You become demotivated. It's difficult for you to proceed. But for the company, this is a great opportunity to change its processes, streamline those processes, increase its profits, and become better when you have on your team people who think differently, who would like to change something, and who wish to do this and have enough power to do this. So basically, some company that hires such a person, this person needs to be given more freedoms, more resources, and some support. I think these people inside the company, they'll find their own partners. They can find people who can help them to make their ideas come true. Thank you, Madina. It seems to me that the companies which are reluctant to change will simply die out. Well, there is this notion when small companies like Kodak passed away, when they couldn't really put their stakes on digital photography. So I think these companies will simply die out, and being agile or to have a special approach to your products. This is not just about money. You can't really pour money in some department and you can immediately get some innovations and changes. This is all about people. If the company's directors fail to understand that, most likely it will turn out bad. From my experience, I can say what we had at Aviata. When I was coming to Aviata, we were very little, then we merged with Choco Travel, and immediately we got the staff of 200. So it became much more complicated to pitch my ideas. When we have different corporate culture and I have a different director, I worked there for a year. I've done everything I wanted to do. I set certain objectives. I wanted to achieve building a product process, changing attitude to some projects. I think it was much more complicated. I was trying to find some colleagues inside of me. Without it, it wouldn't happen. Well, it's a bit complicated, but when 2 or 3 of you come to your director, you feel a bit more confident, and he's likely to listen to you, more likely to listen than to not.
Wise Life Design course became one of the most popular courses at Stanford University. And at the same time, when you show the video on the first day of the Go Viral Festival, most of the students say, like, I have no idea what I'm going to do after I graduate. It kind of links for me between, like purpose-driven organizations and that they are being valued much more, and also finding your purpose in life, basically. So how does this design thinking approach, where you have a product or service, prototype, and then test, and then go to market, can be used for building your life?
Thanks. Also, I'm not sure where it's coming from, but somebody is being incredibly helpful and amazing in giving simultaneous translation, so thank you for that, wherever you are. And thank you for the question. So I'll be pretty brief and not give too much background or context, but in terms of the origin or genesis of this course or these courses, which I now get the privilege of teaching, initially they started off as just a small group of students with a couple professors having conversations about what to do after college. And this was because professors keep getting the same questions again and again, one-on-one in office hours. Student comes, they have a question, they're like, I'm curious about this, I'm interested in that, I don't know what to do with my life, I have no clue. And so rather than having the same conversation again and again, one-on-one, you begin to think, okay, let's get all these same people together, and at least then we can save some time. In terms of the framework, those people were students in the design program. They were Design for Impact and product design students. And therefore, they had this common framework of design thinking, in this case, or human-centered design. And so that was a logical framework because it was a common point of reference. From that, though, those conversations were useful to the students, they found, and so then they began to have more students come join still informal conversations, and then they decided to make just a one-unit credit, no credit, pass-fail class for whoever was graduating from that department specifically. So again, more organic growth. That was a popular, well-received class. And then other students from other departments were saying, well, hey, we also don't know what we want to do. Can we take the class? Which the initial answer was no, because we're using this framework which is more familiar to these design students. But then inviting in a few students from outside that program, they found, well, actually, it turns out that it's a simple enough and accessible enough approach that it's useful to others. So again, just more organic growth. In terms of the popularity, that's one piece, just as far as the growth. But then I think, frankly, it's just an ongoing question. It's a question of what to do with our lives that I don't think we ever really answer. We may be very happy where we are now, but there still might be changes or improvements. Or we might have something, a big change or big life event happens, and we realize we're prompted to reassess. One of those big changes and events is graduating from college. And so there's kind of an immediate felt need of like, uh-oh, I'm about to leave here, this place that I've been for the last 4 or 5 or 6 years, and I need to figure out what to do next. So that actual felt need, I think, is a big piece of it.
Great. Thank you. I guess we feel jealous about this opportunity for Stanford students and not having it in our lives. And my question would be more personal. Did you know what to do after you graduated college, all of you? And is that the same thing that you learned there?
No, no.
No.
No, everybody no. So maybe we can have some questions from the audience as well, because I'm sure there are some people who are thinking what to do next in their lives and how they can use entrepreneurship or design thinking approach. You guys think about your questions, and let me be a devil's advocate, because I wouldn't be a good moderator if I wouldn't say something about critique of design thinking. So there is an interesting talk on TED. Natasha Chen was critiquing design thinking approach, being a designer herself, and I guess it's kind of boils down to structure for the sake of structure. And the same question could be basically addressed to you guys. Entrepreneurship as just a new sexy word of just doing your job, basically, and becoming better and better at what you do. Do you agree with that? Or if not, what would you answer to this critique?
I'm happy to start off. I don't want to take too much airtime. But in terms of that TED Talk, which I apologize, I meant to rewatch it. I watched it like, I don't know, 2 years ago, and I watched it on fast.
I gave you the homework.
I know, I'm sorry. I watched it a couple years ago, and I watched it quickly. But a couple of things. One is that I don't think that design thinking or this approach is the best approach to every problem. And I think that a lot of the criticisms are a result of people taking one approach and applying it to the wrong problems. So if, for certain problems, Agile or Six Sigma or whatever other, Scrum, whatever other approaches, maybe better fits. And so if you take an approach that's not well suited to the problem at hand, and then it doesn't work out, it's like, well, yeah, of course it didn't. That was kind of the incorrect choice from the start. The second thing I would say, just again, my recollection of her talk is that she's a designer and is very experienced and very well-versed in all of these pieces that we kind of codify in this design thinking approach. And so as a designer and as someone who's very skilled and familiar with all of that, it's like, yeah, of course. But for someone who's newer, a big goal of codifying this process in this way is to make it accessible to more people. And a big goal of ours is to help students and help people develop creative confidence, to develop their confidence that they can be creative too. And so sometimes we need scaffolding or more accessible steps in order to do that, which might seem very basic to someone who's already very experienced.
Thank you. And you actually opened up a new topic that I wanted to discuss. When entrepreneurship doesn't work, when you shouldn't use entrepreneurs in your organization. Could you think of an answer? It always works.
Well, I mean, entrepreneurship is really about bringing new things into the world. So
Yeah.
if you have someone that has this entrepreneurial mindset and you have them do the same thing every day, they're likely going to leave because they'll be bored. Now, I don't think entrepreneurship is anything new necessarily, but I don't think entrepreneurship is also just doing your job either. Because the reality of innovating within a large corporate institution means that the processes are not in place to actually bring new ideas to life. So it's really going against the grain. It's going against the grain of processes, company culture. You're really having to fight for resources all the time. Often people think if you're an entrepreneur, oh, then you can just use all the machines and access their supply chain. And no, you have to get permission for everything. And so actually, entrepreneurs often are going against the normal flow of the work, against sort of the normal procedures. And often entrepreneurs are also not doing this new innovation as 100% of their job. Maybe they get 20% to maximum. It's very rare to see an entrepreneur actually have this new innovation, this new ideas entirely of their job. And so they're usually spending many hours overtime, actually, in addition to what they need to deliver on a day-to-day basis to, to bring their products to life.
Thank you. You guys want to answer that? Когда entrepreneurship...
So when is entrepreneurship not really good? When we shouldn't really use this entrepreneurship-based approach? I think the entrepreneurship is not good when some particular organization has some vacuum, when there is the overly confident management, when it's typical for former Soviet Union republics, like I'm responsible for everything, I will tell you what to do, just listen to me and do what I say on time. A hierarchical organization, yes. I think that's the case when, with all due respect, with all of the desires of the entrepreneurs, changing anything, adding anything to the company doesn't simply work. Okay, I came up with my own answer to this. It seems to me that every company has its own development stages, and sometimes the company is not ready if it's got a lot of chaos, and first you need to structure everything. Well, there is this very popular topic with the Azure organizations that you need to create some self-governance, but not everyone likes this. You need to implement this when everyone can work simply well, when everyone understands his or her duties. When the processes are designed, that's when you can destroy this or do the disruption. When you study something, you find some agile elements or Scrum elements, then you shade the cast of doubt that it doesn't work and you need to come up with anything else. So the same here. Some of the companies need to fine-tune some base processes, try to invent some innovations. It's too painful at this stage yet. Okay, John, yes?
So I just wanted to quickly share, this is related to a topic that I get to discuss with students a lot, and one of the ways that we frame it is in terms of how much change would you like in the role, in your professional role. And so an example that we sometimes use is if you're a brain surgeon, you don't want to change the brain and you don't want to be experimenting while you're doing a surgery. So that's not the time, it's a question of time and place. However, as a surgeon or as someone doing that work, you may notice in your operating room or in your processes opportunities for improvement, and then in that context, of course, there's more of an opportunity to like jump in. So it's really just a question of, even within the same role, we might have spaces and spots and times where entrepreneurship or more different types of thinking or change are appropriate versus times where we don't want to even go there.
Thank you. Я вспомнил то, что Madina вы сказали.
I recall that you, Madina, told us about these Azure organizations, there was this joke about Mr. German Graf, CEO of Sberbank of Russia, when he says Azure, Scrum, Agile, and they showed this cashier's officer from the bank, and she says, wherever you opened your card, just go there to that branch of the bank. So basically, some people on the top might think about this, but people in the organization maybe not. Who of you is using Gmail? Can you raise your hands? Have you noticed that in Lin presentation, this Gmail is the example of entrepreneurship when the internal product in Google was used as the mailing service, and they made it a market-based product and became highly popular. And the second product that really surprised me is Sony PlayStation. I read about it, and this guy, engineer, Sony's worker, he had a child who played Nintendo, and he so much disliked this Nintendo console that he decided to redesign it, and he used his spare time. And he brought this redesigned console to his bosses, and now Sony PlayStation is a highly commercialized, well-sold product. So maybe you can recall some of your interesting stories that you know about when inside of the organization they create a particular product or service, and which shoots out in a completely new way. Well, I have my own example. When I came to Aviata, well, in 2006, I was responsible for the airline ticket sales, whatever was happening on our site or in our app. And then half a year before my arrival, my team launched the sales of railway tickets as well. They launched this on someone's knee, on someone's laps, and just dropped it. Something was happening there, very little sales, and no one was really looking at it. And in a little while I looked at what was happening there, and no one was really watching it. There was no stats, and we checked, and there was some particular traction, although no one was taking care of this product. So I had this product team that was responsible for the airline ticket sales. Well, I started spending some time on the railway, like one objective a week, just to be able to fix some bugs in the system. And since it was my initiative, we tried to do everything on time, and eventually, well, the first thing we did, we just simply gathered some statistics to understand how many tickets we sell a month. And then we started selling more. Okay, let's spend some money on marketing, like 100,000 tenge. And gradually, the team started understanding that it was important. Some other departments joined in. And it just turns out that out of one objective a week, we had the whole quarter when we specifically spent, and I basically used it to resolve all of these objectives. And last year, we already assigned a specialized team. We gathered this team, and starting from the last year, this is already a specialized team, the separate financial model, and this product is already ahead of airline ticket sales in terms of numbers of sales. And now it's paying back, it's selling tickets. So for me, this was a highly successful case of this little scary site. Instead of it, we created this and we turned it into a successful business. Now I passed it over, and it's still growing, and I'm keeping an eye on this. So I think it's about the initiative, several initiatives, and can work out. Not just the initiatives, maybe some sort of a vision. You've been a visionary of this. Well, what helps me are the numbers. I looked at the stats from the national railway sales. Well, it takes a while. You say you do it 10 times, show numbers. Even in a small company, you need to prove your point many times. Okay, thank you very much. It seems an interesting story.
So barriers for entrepreneurship. And you all answered that you didn't know what to do after you graduated. So what were success factors for you personally? How did you end up in this panel talking about entrepreneurship and design thinking?
Hello? Okay. Well, for me, the type of entrepreneurship that I work on is more called social entrepreneurship. So for me, working on doing work with meaning is extremely important. I think that's really the driver. It really hits on my intrinsic motivations, what I want to do with my life, how I want to lead in this world. So I think for me, if I were just building something that was going to make more money or just new business for new business, it wouldn't be so interesting for me. I really wanted to create some impact in the world that helps people's lives. And so even if it is very difficult, I just remember, what is it that I'm trying to drive towards? And also remember that I'm not the only one working in this space, that it's a larger piece of work that is well beyond myself as a person. And when I keep that in mind, it makes the challenges, worthwhile. And I would say the biggest barrier to entrepreneurship was, the slide that I had. It's fear. It's really fear on all sides, fear from the organization, for yourself as well too. Being an entrepreneur might not be the fastest way to get promoted because you are potentially annoying to a lot of people while trying to get your work done. So in some ways, to be effective, you have to push the envelope a bit. So fear is probably one of the biggest things, and if you can just remember to continue to take the next right action and not worry so much about the overall outcome. But as John said, I totally agree with him to really take small steps to show the next thing, just the next thing right now. It can, before you know it, you're there.
Thank you so much. Wonderful answer. Кари, Мадина, John.
Я полностью согласен.
I fully agree with Lin about fear. I think that is the main barrier for just the even development of a human being and what you do. And you should not be fear. If you're entrepreneur, you should have a big tolerance for mistakes. You should not be afraid of making mistakes. What helped me personally to be here and to launch a lot of projects is curiosity. And I ask two questions to myself: what can I do different? And second question, my personal quality: how can I overcome myself? To always look for new opportunities, compare myself with others, what can I change, and take it and do it better than others are doing. It's one of the main qualities of entrepreneur. For me, I have a lot of different motivations. One of the motivations, I love to be different. I love to be different, not to be like everybody else. That motivates me, It didn't happen right away. It happened with time, just to be unique. And I love, I like to be an example, I love when there are girls who are also doing the same thing. I support them. And I understand that they are scared. I'm also scared, but I want to show that I'm sure, for people who are following me, because I see how I was helped, and how support from my mentors was important for me. So I'm doing the same thing for others. So now I have my former colleague, subordinate, who actually working in Yandex, and I support her. And I think it's a good example that I showed her a good example.
So you didn't know what to do after you graduated?
No. Lots of different ways to go here. Let me just think of what would be relevant. Okay, two things. One which, just in my day-to-day work, we consider with students in a lot of different ways, is that at least in the US, 10 years out of college, only about 10% of Americans are doing something directly connected to what they studied. I don't know, in Kazakhstan or Central Asia, how those statistics vary, but even if it's not that small a percentage, I would venture to say that it's, not as high as a lot of people assume, or maybe a lot of parents assume when their kids are going off to school. So that's one piece. I studied English and education, and now I work in mechanical engineering and design. How that happened is a really long story. But what I would say about that story, just personally, and also one of the things that I've loved in, especially the last couple of years, in being able to hear other people's stories, is that it's never, almost ever, a linear, straightforward path. And that a lot of times I think, at least when I've been an attendee at conferences or listening to panels, I hear somebody's story and it seems like they're doing really well now, and they can say, oh yeah, it was, I had a couple hard times a couple years ago, but things are great. But to actually understand the experience that they were going through at that time, to me, is what's really humanizing and really valuable. So, like, I could share, yeah, I went to graduate school, and then I had a hard time finding a job, but now I'm in this job I really like. That kind of glosses over the fact that I finished graduate school, had borrowed a lot of money to do so, was really stressed about what to do, felt a lot of embarrassment about not having something lined up, was scared that, what if I didn't find something, or it turned out that this wasn't worth the time or money or investment. And so that whole experience and that kind of emotional depth and richness is what I really try to look for and understand when I have the opportunity to talk to really successful people.
Thank you so much. Есть ли у нас вопросы из аудитории?
Any questions from the audience? I'm an entrepreneur myself, and I have a provocative question. Don't you think that entrepreneurs, they are people who try to risking the money of the owner of the business, but they have a guaranteed salary, so they actually implement themselves by means of other people's money.
Yes, that's absolutely true. It's not a secret. I mean, that was one of the primary reasons why you might want to become an entrepreneur, is because you get a fixed salary. How great. You don't have the financial risk as you would as an entrepreneur, but at the same time, you don't usually have stock options either. You don't usually grow. If the thing works, you still get the same salary. So you don't get the upside that's required that you would get if you were an entrepreneur. And also that sort of points exactly to the processes that are in place that try to kill the thing, because it's quite hard actually to spend their money. They don't just sign you a check and say, go for it. You get just a little bit at a time, so you prove it a little bit at a time. But indeed, there is that dynamic there, and I think it is quite a positive. In fact, someone has to do it, and you might as well hire someone with that mindset, with that vision, with that drive to move the work forward.
Можно я добавлю?
I would like to add, I see young people around me and people who work as just simple staff. It's more fearful for them to spend somebody else's money. I talk to my relatives and they say, oh, we spent 10 million, 5 million, and because it's their money. But, people who work for somebody, it's difficult, it's fearful. I can say, well, I can spend a little bit of money, but then I feel discomfort because it's somebody else's money, It's not so easy to spend somebody else's money. And then you always look how much money it brought in. And if you brought good profit, then you don't feel like a fear.
I would just add, too, that I think in a little bit of a way, the way you asked the question is taking this mindset that the company wouldn't want you to do these experiments or try these things out. But in fact, we see all of these upsides from entrepreneurship. So like we're using, Ling Ling used Google as the example earlier, or Gmail. And Google was famous for having this certain percentage of time that you can just work on whatever. And so giving that as an employer, of course, you have to have a certain established revenue stream and all of that in order to have that basis. But in fact, giving people that autonomy and giving them the opportunity to develop things, I think has huge upside potential.
Спасибо большое. Есть еще вопросы? Да.
Any more questions?
Your knowledge and experience. So you've talked about changes within companies or other people's lives, students, which made it for the better. My question is, can you tell something about positive changes in your own lives, which made your lives more fulfilling or enjoyable? So this hacker mindset, have you tried it with your own life? Yeah. And if yes, some examples maybe. Thank you.
Кто готов ответить? о личной жизни.
Да, на самом деле, да.
Who is ready to answer about personal life? Well, you always make experiments about your personal life, you know, and just do some experiments with your own life. The same thing you do with your in the company, you know. So you start from yourself, and then you can do the same thing in the company you work with, but not vice versa.
Kind of work, working in innovation within a large company, as I said, a lot of things didn't work. And it can be pretty disheartening to see that you might have invested all of this time and energy into doing something and it doesn't work. But I say actually that brings back a lot of good benefit to me, because you know what, it didn't work. It's okay. Actually, I'm still doing fine. And it gives you more confidence to try again the next time, is that things cannot work and things can completely fail. And it, you know, the more times actually that the thing goes quote unquote wrong or not the way you expected, and you end up just fine, and in fact you learned, and actually maybe it wasn't the way that you thought, but it turned out into this other amazing thing. I mean, I can't tell you how many things that didn't work, but in the end, I finished my work at Unilever, and I was able to launch a fund that is now 40 million pounds, specifically to do the work that I started driving to do almost 10 years ago, is incredibly rewarding. And so, you know, hacking your life is really, as you know, it's the mindset. It's like, okay, you know, there are all these stories in your head, and you know, I went to this great retreat in Wales actually a few weeks ago, and they said, you know what? If what you're telling yourself, the bad stories you're telling yourself are not working, just tell yourself a better story. Simple as that. So I think that's a bit of a wonderful life hack, is that if your mental dialogue is not, you know, helping your life, then just simply rewrite it for yourself.
It's like switching to different radio channel.
Exactly.
John?
Okay, so I was...
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking of some specific story to maybe speak to what you're asking. And this is maybe an answer to the question of like, how did we end up here? One thing, and this isn't necessarily connected to entrepreneurship or design or anything else, but just thinking of myself, for me, every opportunity that I've gotten, except for the very first job out of college, was in some way connected to a relationship. And human connections and relationships are really core values for me and core to who I am. And in that way, just having the types of interactions personally, and then of course also professionally. And a story I think of, and it's an indirect way that I got this job that I have right now. I was in a different job. I was also working at Stanford, but in a different job. And I really wanted to volunteer my time as a facilitator for one of the classes which I now get to teach. And so I had a one-on-one with my boss, and I proposed it. You know, it's like Thursday afternoons for 2 hours, and like I'll just stay late or I'll make up the time otherwise. And she was just like, no, not gonna happen. And I was like jumping to solutions. So no, like it's, you know, I'll have this person cover for me. And she's very traditional. She was just like, no, it's just not gonna happen. And you know, I went like with kind of a little bit of a negotiation, but of course with a strong power differential. and you know, for me, it's more like I'm jumping to solutions, but it became clear it's just not going to happen. And so I just said, okay, I understand. I see that this is not going to happen. And we continued the conversation about other things. And like 30 seconds later, she was like, John, you look really sad. And I was like, I feel really disappointed right now. And she was like, let's see what we can do. And so you know, we went and we talked to somebody, you know, going through sort of logistics of how this could work. And at the end, or maybe the next day, she was like, you know, you're very challenging to work with sometimes, but you're just so nice that it's very hard to not work together. Like, because I can tell that you really genuinely care about doing this work and also this thing you're interested in. And so, you know, it's a specific example, but for me, it's kind of like valuing that relationship, but also being clear about what I'm interested in and what I might pursue. And that particular opportunity then led to this job that I have now, because it was the same work and the same community and people. So anyway, just one kind of funny story about maybe being not contrary, but a little challenging, but hopefully in a positive way.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Еще есть вопросы? Да?
Any more questions?
Informative panel. And my question is, I was wondering if your personal view towards entrepreneurship, is it a transition stage towards making your own business, or it is the way of finding compromise, doing your own projects, but within staying at corporations?
Понятен вопрос, да?
Да.
I think I just transferred to an entrepreneur beginning from May. But last year I was working in Aviata full-time and invested my money into Arbuz KZ. So I went there once a month to the board meetings and I was just listening to what's happening in the company. So I had a small, so I felt kind of bad, so I did not really invested my time in Arbuz.kz. But then I made a decision that I put a deadline for me when I finish my work working for somebody else, and then I will switch to the project where I invested my money. I think that you should not feel bad if you're doing a side project. You can actually sell it sometimes to a company you work for. That happens too. You just have to do your job well, not to have problems with your management that you are not doing your job properly or to the full extent. And you have to have an energy and a desire because to do side work after the normal hours, it's difficult, because you want to have rest and do nothing. But if there is a desire, you have enough energy to actually do both.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's very much a personal decision whether you are taking on entrepreneurial roles in order to just learn and then get out and become an entrepreneur. For me, actually, I very much believe in the power of entrepreneurship to make massive positive social change. So even though I bounce in and out of being within an organization and working on innovation there, and also running my own business as an entrepreneur, for me, I don't think I'll ever completely step away and just only do my own business, because I believe in the power of innovating within existing institutions and the need to do that in order to create some of the solutions to the biggest challenges in the world. But that's very personal for me. What I'm interested in, I see that as entrepreneurship as being a critical and important part of the solution. But for others, it might just be, as you say, a stepping stone, a way to learn before, actually going into your own business. I think over the course of your lifetime, you really just have to go with, what moves you and what is the next right thing for you. But I think the decision is very personal. And I think as long as you're very honest as well, too, with yourself, with the organization you're working with, there's nothing wrong with, going in and out.
Еще есть у нас время для вопросов. Да, пожалуйста, девушка.
We have more time for questions.
Give for people who just graduated.
What advice would you give to new graduates, to fresh graduates? Think of yourself when you their age.
Before kind of answering the question, what I'll say is that the great thing about the work that I get to do is not that I have any answers or am expected to have everything figured out. It's just that I get to think about what questions can I ask and get to think about how might we approach all of the different individual questions or problems that people have, not because I have some advice, because I don't probably understand or know your experience. So I guess the question I would ask, one question, is what are you excited about? What is challenging to you right now? And what is bothering you, or what would you like to change? And then from there, we could have a conversation, which actually I'd be happy to have if you want to follow up later. So that's just my opinion. I don't think in my role, and I think in general, both in education and in terms of management, there are advisors who have the experience that you're interested in and actually can give you advice based on expertise. But what might be more valuable and is certainly more universal is good mentorship, which we could think of as people who can ask the right questions to help you explore those questions for yourself. And I hope to be more of a mentor than an advisor.
Thank you. Что бы вы посоветовали молодым?
Ну, во-первых, я считаю, что
What would you advise to the young people? Well, I think it's normal not to know what you want to do. Well, I still think when I grow up, don't know what I'm gonna do in about 10 years' time, because this world is changing so much. I think I would like to make this setting for myself that you can learn almost everything. There is nothing you cannot learn unless you make an effort to do so. So you can learn something if you have enough energy to do this, and I think it's quite normal at the first job. You can work a little bit, and sometimes this experience can be useful in about 5 years' time. You don't even know that it's been useful. What's most important is not to stop and continue working. Not to be afraid to get any job. It doesn't matter whether this is a low-paying job at the beginning, but what's also important maybe to talk to your professors if you have any good relations, because sometimes people from the side can better see your situation and can give you a better piece of advice where to proceed. Thank you. I also agree with John and Medina, and on my own behalf would like to add that you need to understand what's important for you, because at different stages of life there are certain points that might seem important, but at the end of the day there is only one thing that inspires you and forces you to move forward. I think this is doing something meaningful. If I like it, if I see the result, I get a lot of joy, I become high from that. So that's why I do some internal entrepreneurship, because I want to do something, I would like to do something better, and in the process I'm changing myself and learn new stuff. So please try to understand what's more important for you in this life.
I'm not sure if you're asking the question from the perspective of what job shall I take, or really technically, what should you be doing. I like to always frame a job around a life, because those two things are completely connected. So I would never look at just a professional career alone and say, oh, I want to do this. But it needs to actually be set into the setting in the context of your life to really understand what is it you want, every day. How do you envision just what your one day might look like? If you could just imagine, you would wake up at what time? And then what would you do next? And then when would you want to get home? And then how would you want to get there? Do you want to be inside or outside? Do you want to be actually talking to people, or doing research by yourself, like really understanding yourself and knowing yourself better? If you could just imagine your perfect day and wanting to repeat that over and over again, what would it be? And I think actually oftentimes we're scared to get that specific and that narrow about what we want our life to be or what we want to do. But actually, I think it's very helpful to be very specific, because that way people can help you. If you are too general about, I can do anything, I could be anywhere, then it's like, well, how can we help find it for you? So the more you can understand yourself, what are your intrinsic motivations, what lights you up, what do you read naturally, what do you get excited about, what kind of information do you look for? Well, that's going to be a great start. But then also just remember, what kind of life do you want to have? What kind of responsibilities do you already have? And make sure that you include all of it. And sometimes it helps to actually put it visually. For me, I'm someone who I'm a very analytical person, so I used to use quite a lot of words and type, but actually I've moved much more into looking at visuals and looking at images, because they can sometimes unblock the constraints. So you flip through magazines and look at images and what is attractive to you, and create a vision board, and then it can actually show you a little bit more about what maybe is your next step, and a step that's in a way that's really in personal alignment with your values and what you are looking for.
What a great advice from all of you. Я бы тоже хотел немножко добавить, потому что я
Also would like to add a little bit because I often meet young people like yourselves, and I often recall myself. After graduation, I changed like 4 or 5 different careers, and had this unique opportunity to talk to different people, experts in their own areas. One of them was Monica Choudhary, Karim's former boss. She's a cool mentor. So she told me this thing: how come no one has said it to me before? We live a very long life, about 80 years of professional growth. Please don't think that these entire 80 years you'll be working in one and the same job, in one and the same area. Most likely you will change 5 careers at least. So don't be afraid to try. Any other questions? No? Okay, this will probably end this session. Would like to thank our wonderful speakers. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, distinguished viewers, distinguished participants of the festival delegates. I would like to make yet another announcement right now at 4 o'clock sharp. Between the floor 1 and floor 2 in our central staircase, there will be a musical and poetical performance of the poems by Agerim Taji. Paper Skin. This is the book published in 2 languages, Russian and English, translated by English poet John Gates. There will be some poems by Agerim Taji, as performed by the National Choir from Kurmangazi Academy. So it's going to be starting from
A little correction that the presentation of the book Paper Thin Skin of Agerim Taji will be at the stairs of the main building at the hall. So you will hear the mixture by the leadership of Jan Rudkowski. And the next announcement that we want to say is that at 4:30 at the open air stage, there will be a poetic performance of Balhash Dreams. Balhash Dreams is a project where the verses of Anwar Dusunbinov coexist with the music of Rustem Murzametov. The task of the project is to immerse the audience in a special mood and state before reading the text to them. Both music and video are used for this. This doesn't mean that the text does not work without reinforcements, but it means that it can become more accessible to more people who otherwise might never have come across these texts.
Да, друзья, не будет лишним еще раз напомнить, что
Okay, friends, would like to remind you that at Open Stage at 16:30 we'll have a poetic performance by Balhash. Dreaming, the poetry of Anwar Dusibinov coexists with the music with Arsen Murzakhmetov. The task is to get the listeners into a special mood before you start reading them the text. For this, they use music and videos. Doesn't really mean that text doesn't work without it, but it can be much more easier available to the majority of users who might otherwise never come across this poetry. Okay, I would like to invite you to these beautiful performances. And right now, for our viewers, for our audience, we would like to invite here Mr. Timur Poltashev, Senior Manager of AMD. Dr. Timur Poltashev has been working in Silicon Valley for more than 20 years, where he's got his PhD in computer engineering. He's got expertise in the area of computer architecture, high capacity, including graphics.
In AMD Radeon Technology Group. Previously, he worked in Vivante VeriSilicon Corporation, S3 Graphic Incorporation, S3 Incorporation, respectively. And academic activity includes long-term experience in PhD candidates advising and graduate-level courses teaching in computer graphics, high-performance computer architecture, and system-on-chip design in leading universities of the USA and Russian Federation. So with a round of applause, please welcome with the keynote where VR and AR is going trends and challenges. Тимур Полташев.
Тимур Полташева приглашаем.
Perfect. Okay. Good. Okay. How's? Okay, good. Works. Okay, so who actually plays computer games over here? Many. Okay, so who use computer graphics professionally? Like doing. Okay, good. So we just talk about like some parts of this stuff related to virtual reality and augmented reality and some trends about this stuff. So you see those nice pictures, like they're shamelessly stolen from Forbes presentation, cited later. And in general, like you can see there is like something people on Walmart doing, but major problem like Mike Fisher on previous presentation today, he just mentioned that there is no market for VR still. Like it was like a lot of expectations, big hype, but so far there is not much money generated over here. Pretty similar story with augmented reality. Like where is the success? Because in general, like there is multiple devices also on the market, but number of devices sold and used by people not really big. And what we have massively, like Pokemon Go, all of our games related using smartphones, they probably have a success, but they don't generate money. Like this is like major problem. And all of those training, this is also not a big number. But thing is going on, this is like flight to San Francisco right before Game Developer Conference. And I was sitting on the same row with virtual game developers. So this is like game developer, that's me on the right side. So all flight like 13 hours, poor guy, not 12 hours probably from Frankfurt. Poor guy was developing, rushing like to finish his like product presentation and version to show on the Game Developer Conference. And content also a navigating problem on this stuff. So big picture, we have 5 important trends like on 2019 and probably what we do. I just briefly go through all of them 5 and concentrate on 2 of them as a technical examples of startup companies developing technology for this market. So we're talking about that AR and both VR increased by artificial intelligence tools. It's actually same thing as going in computer games because it's the same trend. Because those computer games most safe area of application for artificial intelligence. Because if you apply to real life, you may get troubles, including legal or fatalities, like because you don't know. The technology is not completely grown and not completely mature, right? And VR and AR will increasingly be used in training and teaching. So basically it goes through big structures and also it goes to university, but still there is no critical mass to create enough cash flow for massive manufacturing of the devices. And consumer entertainment, it was expected like 5 years ago, big hit on the consumer market, but so far is only one product is more or less successful. We're just talking about like PlayStation virtual reality set coming. And all of those stuff were restricted by fundamental technology issues. And this fundamental technology issue is you connected by the cable, so you have no freedom movement. And basically only wireless technology, efficient wireless technology, which actually is at the same time supporting high resolution of the image, and location of gamers will be opening the gate to the commercial successful market. And both VR and AR environments become increasingly so collaborative and social. Collaborative, yes, because basically you just trying to build the collaboration using like all this stuff, but this is all new, and we're talking about like mostly like pilot project or project for niche part of the markets, right? And I cannot tell anything about social because this is like not my area of expertise, but probably like will be some interesting applications, but will be discussed like on specialized conferences like gaming. And another thing, last one is weight to vehicles, like because AR, some people they think that AR exists like just recently and like on the cell phone time. No, this is like traditional AR exists from 50s and used on the cockpits of the airplanes like to display all of the instrumentation to the windshield, and also like later combined with targeting systems. And basically we're talking about like in military, it's always been in use like about like last 30 years, like at least 35. And another push for this AR technology to using in the cars, it was like autonomous cars, and this is robot cars, which supporting like level of 4 or 5 of autonomous driving, and they give significant boost supporting driver with additional information, where he's driving, what is it, and have like multiple screens, multiple cameras, and basically this is the market, but we're talking about number of cars, like probably million, and because most advanced cars, but later it will penetrate to cheaper models, and we have numbers. But this is like kind of solid thing, and we're just talking about AR definitely will go, it will continue to expand in this area. And another thing is like motorcyclists, because they are restricted on their capabilities to look to the screen, and it's pretty dangerous for them, like even good road. And so basically they need like significant support of AR to have on their visors, on the helmets. And wireless technology, because I just pointed this stuff, because this is like gating issue for opening wide market for consumer devices and multiple players. So we have VR Uniblock company, wireless data transmission system, specialized. And basically, one thing, they want freedom for all our gamers. Cut all the cables and move. The idea is traditional, because this is traditional technology, signal transmission, but way how it was done, this is special VR Uniblock dynamic signal transformation system, which is actually proprietary, unique development, and it's just based on classic science technology. So transmission, receiving part, and all of the stuff in initial first generation project were built on the off-the-shelf product bought on the regular store or just over internet. And it was demonstrated in our company in AMD, I think over 2 years ago, first time, and we just was surprised with low latency of this stuff. And why we need this stuff? Because the problem is like resolution of the displays. You know, the 4K TV sets were standard now. And we're talking about those HMD head-mounted displays, small ones. They're also supposed to be 4K, and you have to transmit a lot of data for higher frame rate, 90 frame per second, and 4K by 4K size of the image, and basically just requires significant amount of data, 24K gigabits flow and higher. And in past 2 years, like VR Uniblock built another generation, which actually built already inside the standard HMD blocks developed by big vendors like HTC, and this is like how it's taken apart, this unit. And also, like VR Plus from SACE also can get this unit to use it as a wireless display. So what we have more, because VR is not only display, because we're talking about that players not sitting on the chair on the same static position, we're just moving. And can you imagine if we just one guy start to move on the room and it has the cable and it's a problem, right? If you have 2 or 3 guys moving, it's impossible. So that's why it should be like wireless technology, and this wireless technology is supposed to be protected from all of those signal occlusion and tracking, because you need to track position of gamers, and also this distance of working in the room like should be big, because you cannot like stay on the area like 10 square feet and play. It's impossible because you have to move. And so that's why just we have like both operation distance stability and multiplayer in tracking. And this is in general science and technology tasks how to be solved. And if we check on the side of the delay, because delay is a significant issue on virtual reality, because what you just move suddenly on other side, and the picture is supposed to move, follow this stuff. And this is quite different if we just have TV sets or big displays, or just you have completely isolated space in your HMD. And there is like a lot of issues on the image generation with certain things, and also on the latency, which goes image to the screen itself. Because if you just act very fast, the system would not follow you, and everything, you can get completely broken immersion with stuff. And they have like display issues, delay, GPU rendering. Okay, we can have bigger GPU. Now GPU are like, we have like tens of teraflops. We have multiple of them for each eye separate, and this problem is solvable. And we have like data sensors, and we have wireless data transmission, and a display itself. Everywhere we're just trying to reduce the latency. So basically just one thing is like wireless data transmission. We just try to reduce the data flow itself, like by compressing data, but it would not solving the problem of the latency. And technology, so we're talking about this is like fundamental restriction. And what's going on in roadmaps, like if we're just talking about high speed, low latency, operating distance stability, multiplayer capabilities, tracking, and quality of image. So this is like major technical requirements to the system, how they're supposed to work. And we're just talking about what we need by 2021. This is actually pretty close, 2 years ahead. 5+ players. We have quality close to original image, the same as you get like on the screen on the computer games. You have like very low latency of the image delivery to your HMD, and you have 15 meters operational distance and occlusion solution, because you just running multiple, and they just change all of those environment for radio frequency signals, right? And this is like all a bunch of problems supposed to be solved. In this case, we just open the gate to mass market on the virtual reality. All of this stuff based on classic science and proprietary technology, because you cannot come to the market with generic solution, which actually, and you can combine it from the part of the stuff. You should have like some own stuff which completely different from whatever like proposed by other competitors. And I just would not stop much, but with just talking, because one thing is, I'll tell you one secret. This company rooted from Almaty, Kazakhstan, and we have one of the founders of the company, Askar Hamidov, over here. And we are lucky that he arrived yesterday to Almaty and could attend the stuff. And we worked with him already like 3 years almost, like on this technology and helping them. And basically, Just I can imagine all of those like troubles. So that's why just I would like to say thank you for the courage and how they're just persistent on the reaching the goals like on this like technology issues. So you have like all of those proprietary technology thing on the signals, and this is like how system built. So in general, this is complex technical system, world level class, and basically we're just working with big companies like which actually may acquire technology. This is like radio location issues and all of those like when we have like virtual reality gaming environment which is supposed to work, and in addition to image generation, we have like image transmission, and we have all of those gamers location and protection of stability of the signals. So that's why just this is complex of a technology, signal processing, and all our stuff. So both based on the classic science, and today it was like one of the good expressions, excellence of a Soviet educational system, right? So another example on AR technology, because AR technology we definitely needed to help motorcyclists. It's not like to live better, just stay alive. Yeah, because they can kill themselves if they just watch like to cell phone or just to the display on the trap and distract themselves from the road. And this life map technology also rooted from St. Petersburg and University of Information Technology Mechanics Optics, my home school. And I just helping to this startup also over 2 years. And what they do, they just offer pretty similar technology what we have on F-35 fighters, now more super modern one, but difference on the price, this stuff. And so we're just talking about motorcyclists. They cannot like look to any other device. He can look ahead, and all of those information should be on his helmet visor, but not easy to make it, because the problem is like it was like few solutions were not successful. But in general, like if you have like project the image to visor, you can get the success. So basically just this life map has like ecosystem of information which can be displayed to the motorcyclist while he's driving, and it's all of them like maps, streaming. You can watch even whatever you do like with regular cell phone, it can go to your helmet. And helmet is just typical. One of the most important thing over here is just unique, same as special technology on VR image transmission technology for VR Uniblock. Over here is optical system, which allows you to have like high quality image on the helmet visor. And this is like, it took 5 years to develop this stuff, but when we have like image is actually high quality in many conditions. So interface is pretty simple, and in general, like it doesn't like differ from any other like interfaces, and very familiar to the stuff, and just show all the stuff what you can see, because there is like similar examples when you do on windshield of a car, and over here they just implement the same thing only in the helmet inside, because it's not to make it easy. In general, it's possible to order and buy, and because they have like some small rate manufacturing at the moment. And alternatives to this like Scully, Google Glass, and they have like all of those small displays, because you cannot watch them, because you just defocus the image and you distract from the road. And basically like Scully failed case, it just damaged the trust of investors to this business. It was like pretty hard to convince them like at least like 1.5 years ago to invest to such projects. So product roadmap, we're just talking about that now PCB is designing, which actually has like own stuff, and prototype, this is like completely industrial design for massive production. And one thing, you need certification, because this product will go to the roads and they need certification of a certain agencies and on different countries as well. So if you have any questions, this is like my information. I work in Advanced Micro Devices, Radiant Technology Group, and all of those VR and AR, this is my hobby now because I just work for this stuff for years in graphics before I just start to work with machine learning and HPC. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Questions could be in Russian, no problem. I speak both languages. Yeah, microphone.
Да, извините, это вопрос не по теме.
That's a question a little bit off top. It's not about the helmet, but about AR. So, in how many years do you think people will not need phones, but they will use some wearable devices, like glasses? AR glasses, and you won't need any phones. It all depends on the technology. So now it's 5 nanometers. That's the smaller. So, but the physical capability is 1.5, 2 nanometers. They will be expensive. It's in 2022-23, they will allow to decrease the size. But the smartphone, the functionality of the smartphone, you won't be able to make it smaller because you have to look into the screen. So there are some things you cannot make smaller. And but functional transfer receipt can be under your skin. You know, the chip can be very small. So there is a wearable electronics, there is bioelectronics, which is developing separately. Maybe symbiosis of a human being with electronics, maybe it will happen in 10 years, I think. So I am not an insurance agency, so I cannot tell you. There is a possibility, but it's based on the forecast of electronics development. All these wonders, like phones, if there was no miniaturization of electronics, there wouldn't be any cell phones. Hello? I would like to ask a question. How to get to IMD? To visit? For internship and to start working? Oh, it's a good question. I was asked in the University of... It's difficult because we take interns like in European division in Germany and some small... Since it's R&D, it's in the States and in China and India. In these 3 countries, you can try to get in without any problems if you're a student of university. But there were some cases when there were some students, my students from St. Petersburg. So my condition was they had to defend their diploma and in time, and then they can actually go for 1-year internship, and 2 people managed. So, so do they support the interns so they don't die from hunger? There is official policy because the interns are paid. So I only took a postdoctorate, so they get $40 an hour. So it's about $72,000 a year. It's will be enough for a big piece of bread and big piece of butter. Thank you very much. Hello. So thank you for a wonderful presentation. That looks like a fantastic fiction, future fiction, but you have people who are sitting next to you. I am an enthusiast of cars, and you said that it is used in it's a driver assistant technology. It's a driver assistant system. They use AR. So that how much of the technology depends on the vehicle itself, but how much it depends on infrastructure, like for example, a road and whatever. So if we bring in Tesla, this driver assistant, how is it gonna work in our conditions? Well, if you have digital maps, you can upload them to define the objects, because cameras do work for sight, and it should identify them and associate them with the digital map and provide you information what it is. So it should actually tell you what it is and say this is a historical building or is the police post or something like that. So it depends on the sort of specifics of the digitizing. So it cannot guess what it is, you know, like human being. If you see like the shack, how do you know what's in the shack? Hello, I have a question. Big companies like Google, Kazakhstan, YouTube, Microsoft, why Kazakhstan? We have special economic zones. Which in 2050, 2060, there are tax exemptions. Why big companies do not come to Kazakhstan? First of all, we come to places where we have serious reasons to come, and when there is a great concentration of intellectual resources. So this is why it's a Shanghai. We have a big office. We have Bangalore and Hyderabad. And IND, they are not even involved in soft. The only softs are drivers or calculators, which are in the open code. So we are a very specific company, and we are limited with the export regulations of United States of America law, and we are not free to decide certain things. Like in Moscow, we just have sales office. We do not have an engineering office, although Intel has engineering office, several of them. We have some developers, but they work through contractors, through companies. It's very complicated. I cannot tell you anything about Kazakhstan. It's not clear how Google operates here. Any more questions? That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, dear friends, we continue our work now. If I may, I will announce the finalists of Startup Go. We will know who the results of the contest. The jury, members are ready. We will announce the finalists. If I may, I would like to announce 3 wonderful teams. Dear friends, final. So what were the criteria of choosing the finalists? So their commercialization issues, the size of the product they offer, a reliable team to implement this project. So these were the selection criteria for the selection of finalists, and our members of our team chose 3 excellent projects. We have this wonderful presence and mentor support of international experts, and also they will help them prepare professional presentation. There were about 50 projects presented. Only 10 projects came to the finals.
All of the 10 teams are present with us here.
So now,
We
moment for all the contestants that were participating at the Startup Go contest. So I just want to remind that this is not just a contest for startups and technology entrepreneurs, but also a great opportunity for local teams to create a global company and scale it to the whole world. So in total, there were 10 Kazakhstani teams that participated in this project during the festival. So actually, there were 50 applicants for this contest. And the evaluation criteria for the startups in the final were uniqueness of the product, market size and scalability of the business model, potential to commercialize, availability of a suitable team for project implementation. And the prize, the finalists of the contest will receive they had time to present at the open air stage if you were there. So they had time to present. They had 3 minutes to present their project, plus 3 minutes for questions and answers, and the personal interaction with investors and funds. So the three members of jury, they decide which project is the best and who's the winner. So the prizes to the winners are mentoring support from international experts, helping making professional presentation for investors. So now we want to call on the stage the CEO of Business Incubator and curator of Incubator Bridge, Alim Hamitov, to announce
Сонымен достар, Most Business инкубаторының директоры
I would like to invite to the stage Rim Khalitov. Let's give him a round of applause.
I'm really glad to be on the stage and actually to announce the results of the huge, kind of big competition that we implemented in terms of the Go Viral. I would love to share some kind of background information where it started. Basically, we announced the competition on the end of the March or the 1st of April. We got more than 50 applications. The idea was to find the new stars, the new startups who are really solving the real worldwide problems and actually who are not just having an idea, but the real running business. We got 4 criteria for them, and we were all on the website. Basically, we were looking for the startup who's solving the problem, who has a team, who can implement and create a solution for this problem, who has a scalable idea. It's not about the cases when we're looking for the startup who can be, I don't know, successful only in Kazakhstan, but worldwide. And finally, we wanted to find the team who can pitch on the stage today among of the great jury that we had. And before I will ask the jury members actually to come to the stage and give the feedback, the final feedback to the winners and to announce top 3. I would love to say that here we have one, Timur Paltashev. I think that if you were on this his session before, but at least I would say again, hardware guru for me, and one of the great head of departments of innovation at AMD, one of the leading organizations in the world. So give a huge round of applause to Timur for the great speech and for being the jury. Also, I'd love to invite Mike Fisher, the expert in VR/AR, angel investor, who got a also cool speech. I really was eager to hear your talk, and here's Mike Fisher. Let's give him a huge round of applause. And also we have our second Enigma. He's a partner of Small World Ventures, serial entrepreneur who's doing cool stuff in Southeast Asia and Kazakhstan, who also agreed to be the jury member. Before we move on to announcements, I would love to ask if you have a general feedback for the competition, and after that we can proceed. Maybe for the startup, the final words.
I was really impressed not only with the qualities of the ideas, but with the energy of all the participants, and especially for people who were pitching in English. To do something under such a high pressure in a second language is a lot of work. And I have a lot of respect and admiration for all of the teams and all of the ideas that were here.
Thank you. Ну, мне вообще, честно говоря, понравилось.
Well, I really enjoyed everything because I participated in a similar event 3 years ago. There is this tech garden. They had some startups, pitches. At that point in time, it was all about mobile apps. And then I asked them, can you do anything else? And I found out they can do a lot of stuff. I've been impressed by the technologies when they designed these tools for blind people. And these networks that can help save products and feed hungry students, well, this is really cool. And they had this really great presentation that impressed us most. So it was #1 from the standpoint of pitch. So I'd like this level of skills to continue. There has been some dynamics, some brains. What are the examples about VR? This is just the company from Almaty. People, technologies. So it's not the gods who make pots, but people. So I wish you success. Guys, thank you very much for your participation, for your pitches, presentations. In some cases, pitches were better, in others, presentations were better. We tried to be objective. Just like to say, don't be afraid to hear the word no. Don't be afraid to be rejected, because I heard no 50 times, and then on the 51st, I heard yes. This is hard, but it comes with experience, so I wish you a lot of success. We believe in you. Okay, so we can start our award ceremony. Hope all of the startup people here.
I would love to give an honor to Mike to give the certificate, and the winner is, who got the third place actually, Turak Share. Where are you guys? Okay, sorry, I forgot. They left to Astana. They got a plane. So yeah, but anyway, we gotta check. I don't know what. Let's take a picture anyway. Yeah, we're gonna send it to WhatsApp. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, it's like Mike got first place, the third place. Okay, thank you very much, Mike, but please be with us here on the stage. I would love to ask, Timur to announce the second place.
Yeah. Это СИЗО.
This is CISO. Well, I've been impressed by the device they made. And then it helps people who get very little help from anyone. And the third, medical electronics. This is the area which you can do anywhere in any country, and it might be profitable, because to the large extent medicine is strongly localized and medical practices are strongly localized. So even if they help like 1,000 people, this is gonna be a lot of impact, and actually making people who lost something, who lost the ability to see, can make their life easier, so can even guarantee you some place in paradise. So success. Probably heard this Cisual project. The guys who came from Astana. This is an innovative product. Let us give them a round of applause. These guys submitted to project, got the special awards, and this project Cisual took second place. Let's support them with a round of applause. Jazira and Kimjan. Totally we had about 50 applications. Technically we selected 27, and out of 27 our jury remotely selected 10, and 10 we are again worked with today. Let us support this team again. Please go ahead, taking pictures. These guys were also posted at Tech Lab. They were giving some interviews and showed their cool product. Thank you. And for awarding the prize for the first place, second place in the middle. Thank you. I'll be brief. Place number 1 goes to Avocado. Please come on stage. Suggest that we do a group picture with the winners and members of our jury. Please come on stage. Galamjan, please come back to the stage just for a second. We'll take a memorable photo here. Distinguished friends, let's give a round of applause. Congratulations to our winners. Congratulations.
Осымен достар, өкінішке
This ends this Go Viral Festival 2019. This is the final moment.
To be with you during these 3 days at the Go Viral Festival 2019. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for your applause. Thank you. And we want to invite to the stage Shannon Hill, the Public Affairs Officer, U.S. Consular General Almaty, and Alexandra Tsai, the Project Coordinator, for the closing of the festival.
Dostlar, асықпаңыздар, дәл қазір сіздермен бірге біз
The official closing of the Go Viral Festival. I'd like to invite to the stage the representative of the U.S. Diplomatic Mission, General Consulate of the U.S. to Kazakhstan.
You've been posting everything on the social media, and you were using the hashtags, the hashtag GoViralKZ and hashtag GoViral2019. And now, welcome to the stage, Shannon Hill.
Well, good evening, everyone.
And Alexander there. Can you put the mic?
Yes. Okay. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing?
Please give a round of applause to Shannon Hill, the Public Affairs Officer.
All right, well, the festival's not quite over, but most of it is. And I would just like to thank all of you in the room and who've been watching via live stream for joining us for the 2019 Go Viral Festival.
Добрый вечер всем. Спасибо большое. Фестиваль практически завершен.
Good evening, everyone. We're almost done. I would like to thank everyone in this room who watched us online over the past 3 days.
For those of you who are here in person, we really would like your feedback about how we can make Go Viral even better. So please, you'll be getting a survey via email. Please send us your thoughts. We really appreciate them.
Мы бы очень хотели знать ваше мнение о фестивале.
Really would like to know your opinion about the festival. You are all invited to respond to our questionnaires which we'll send to you via email. So please give us your opinion, it really matters.
Many more Go Viral related events in the coming year. And we invite you to keep following us on the Go Viral platform in particular, as well as the U.S. Consulate General here in Almaty and the U.S. Embassy in Nur Sultan to find out the latest on events that you can attend.
И в этом году и в следующем мы планируем очень много мероприятий, связанных с Go Viral, и поэтому мы приглашаем всех следить за нашими новостями на наших социальных платформах, а также на социальных платформах Генерального консульства в Алматы и посольства США в Нур-Султане.
Okay. Yes, let's do that. Yes. So there are many people who've made this festival possible, and we'd like to bring up on stage those in the room who did. If we have any curators in the room, if you could join us on the stage.
В этом фестивале на самом деле принимало участие большое количество людей, которые работали над фестивалем, которые сделали очень много для того, чтобы этот фестиваль состоялся. И поэтому сейчас мы бы очень хотели пригласить всех, кто здесь есть и кто был в команде Go Viral, на сцену. И поэтому, кураторы, если вы здесь, пожалуйста, присоединяйтесь. Координаторы площадок, представители консульства и посольства, пожалуйста, все на сцену.
Anyone from the U.S. Consulate or Embassy, please join us.
Вся большая команда Go Viral 2019, все на сцене.
The entire big team of Go Viral 2019, please, would like you on the stage.
Организаторы, кураторы.
Organizers, volunteers, curators. Спасибо за то, что вы сделали успешным проведение Go Viral 19 и ждем вас все на Go Viral 2020. Увидимся в 2020 году. let's see each other in 2020.
Спасибо, друзья. До новых встреч. Приглашаем всех организаторов, координаторов.
So we invite all the organizers, coordinators to get to the stage for the joint photo.
Imagine no light right here where we are. Imagine it's gone, but distance is nothing. I'll breathe in my hands the sunlight just for you. Just for you. Just for you. Just for you.
And also we want to announce the
Также мы хотим объявить, что сейчас будет музыкальное джазовое выступление снаружи на открытой сцене.
Ашық сахнаға барлықтарыңызды шақырамыз. Сағат 17:10-да желтоқсан музыкалық топ біздің кешімізді ашады, және де 17:40-та Дархан Джаз керемет топ, керемет бағдарламамызды жалғастырады. Барлықтарыңызға көптен көп рахмет. Сау болыңыздар.
А мы на этом не прощаемся, мы вас ждем всех на...
So we do not say goodbye. We all follow to the open stage where we're gonna hear to some music.
Just for you.